Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to just start immediately with an apology that we are just a few minutes late commencing this meeting. That's due to not least misunderstanding on my part as to which room we were meeting in, but I do apologize to you all. So here we are, we're convened for the Resources and Performance Cabinet Panel of Hertfordshire County Council. Is taking place on Thursday, the 8th of February 2024 in County Hall. We have quite a full room of people here, but if anybody is watching us, this is being webcast. And when anyone is watching us out there, you're very, very welcome. It's very good of you to participate in the democratic process. And thank you for taking the time to be with us this morning. There are a number of announcements which regular attenders of this meeting know that as chairman I have to make. So just please bear with me. So, chairman's announcements. The council will be holding this meeting in person. Webcasting. This meeting of the Resources and Performance Cabinet Panel will be webcast live on the internet and will also be recorded and published on the council's website. All parts of the room can be seen and heard by the cameras and microphones, and any members of the press and public present in the council chamber at any time during the meeting are likely to be included in the webcast and meeting. Please turn phones and iPads to silent. There is no speaker scheduling facility in the room, so if you wish to speak, please raise your hand and I will come to you in turn. If you are online, please raise your virtual hand and Elaine, to my left, will advise me if you wish to speak. When you're called to speak, please turn on the microphone in front of you and turn it off again when you finish speaking. For those joining virtually, please can you turn your cameras and microphones off unless called to speak. In order to enable efficient running of the meeting and accommodate the petitioner and members of public attending today, we've kindly changed the order of business for the meeting, and item 4, which is in relation to Lower Green Farm, will be taken before item 3, Rural Estate Strategic Plan. I'm pleased to say that we have no apologies for today's meeting and there are therefore no substitutions. Next section of announcements I must read relates to members' interests. If a member considers that they have a disclosable pecuniary interest in any matter to be considered at the meeting, they must declare that interest and must not participate in or vote on that matter unless a dispensation has been granted by the Standards Committee. If they consider that they have a declarable interest, as defined in paragraph 5.3 of the Code of Conduct for Members, in any matter to be considered, they must declare the existence and nature of that interest. If a member has a declarable interest, they should consider whether they should participate in consideration and vote. Members are advised that in respect of the debate concerning the Council's integrated plan, including the setting of the Council tax preset, the Standards Committee has exercised its power to grant a dispensation for Hertfordshire County Councillors from the requirement to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest or a declarable interest. Accordingly, there is no requirement for any councillor to make any declaration of interest in respect of this item of business. Members are reminded that Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992 provides that if a member is in arrears of council tax for 2 months or more, and they are present at a meeting where the council's budget or the precept is being considered, then they should declare this, and any such member must not vote on any matter relating to the setting of the council's budget or the precept. The provisions of Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992 apply even if there is an arrangement to pay off the arrears. So then my chairman's announcements. Item 1, minutes. Are we happy to confirm the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 1st of December 2023? I need a show of hands, so I think I didn't propose it. Just a show of hands. Thank you all very much indeed. The next item is a public petition. Lewis.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, you moved on quite quickly. Can I raise an interest in item number 8? Because there was some discussions about using it jointly with the police service. So in case, and I know they're not part of the discussions, but in case they were ever to reignite in the future, I'll just leave the room on that item.
And just to be clear, the reason being,
Deputy Police.
Yes,
Hertfordshire.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Okay. So we now move into the public petition item, the lead, if I'm allowed to refer to you that way, Francis, the lead petitioner with us today is Francis Barry, Elaine. Yes, Elaine, come up here and just get yourself. I'll just introduce the petition. Okay, so we have being presented to us this morning a petition which is entitled Save Lower Green Farm and Ickleford Equestrian Centre. This will be presented by Francis Barry, who has just come up and joined us here. The petition has received, when this note was prepared, 513 signatures, maybe there's a few more now, 513 signatures of people living or working within Hertfordshire. I think we asked Francis to petition. And you have 3 minutes to speak. Just to say for the benefit of everyone in the room and anyone who may be watching virtually, a very, very standard speaking allowance in local government is 3 minutes. So Francis has 3 minutes. We all learn from experience that you can pack an awful lot into 3 minutes. If Francis should just need a little bit of extra time, I will exercise my discretion to let you have that, Francis. But do try and keep it to 3 minutes. I think you will find it probably add impact to the comments you have to make. Thank you.
I apologise if I do slightly go over. So much to explain that I feel it warrants it, and I really appreciate the opportunity to do so. So I press the button now to start. Okay. Over 500 people involved in the past and future of Lower Green Farm, also known as Ickleford Equestrian Centre, including parish and district councillors, are asking you to carefully reconsider the proposal, engage with their concerns, because it is significant in their lives and to the whole village. They are unhappy about the current situation and how it has been managed. The proposal needs scrutinising because it puts at risk the whole legacy and the future. There has been no public consultation for the proposed disposal. The proposed disposal is for best consideration, but best value has been overlooked. We think the value is more important and should be retained and enhanced, fulfilling its enormous potential. All the community, social, cultural, sporting, educational, business, environmental heritage, physical, therapeutic, mental health and well-being values, benefits and services that gave happiness and quality of life to so many people were embedded here for 30 years. They were far-reaching, from the very young children to the very old, from volunteers to the most vulnerable. It was a centre for the Riding for the Disabled Association. All this has not been accounted for. Rural estates see it as a residential property and a portfolio, surplus, an asset for disposal, a financial liability at a financially challenging time. 120 acres with 2 properties has been parcelled into 4 areas, 3 to re-let, 1 to be sold. Disposing of the one part of this asset as proposed would destroy and dismantle the whole viable rural business, because that one part is the most important part. The heart of the business, the heritage farmhouse, barn, 27 stables with amenities, but with only 10 acres of pasture. The access and facilities here are optimum. It is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The viability of the rural business relies on it remaining as an integrated whole. The smaller dwelling with fewer facilities that would need renewing is to be kept and relet. It is accessible via a bridleway through common land and would not be a viable replacement. It could potentially create 2 opposing businesses. at risk with the part disposal is change of use, with future planning requests impacting on an outstanding environmental asset, unimproved graze pasture, biodiverse habitat, Chalk River, and wildlife corridor. The sale has been advised by an estate agent who would gain to stand financially. The advice did not come from a farmer or a rural business entrepreneur. The cost of living crisis and inflated house prices mean that it is unaffordable for the majority to buy, but affordable to let on a long lease. Disposing of this public asset prohibits the opportunity for the next generation to prosper. We understand that demand for rentable small holdings is high. If sold to a community group, it needs to be at a reasonable fixed price. We want the future of Lower Green Farm to be viable and in safe hands. No community or equality impact assessment we know of has been made on the proposed disposal. Rural Estate Strategic Plan is soon to be implemented. Lower Green Farm would score extremely highly as a rural economy or commercial asset and environmental asset. We would like you to defer the decision to sell Lower Green Farm and give it the fair, optimal opportunity it deserves to be assessed under the new and future plan. This asset holds a relatively high monetary value on the open market. Lack of investment has left it below acceptable rentable condition. It needs reinvesting in, like any property, but with particular consideration regarding conservation. For rural estates, heritage is of no significance, but in our local and national interests, it is highly regarded. Guidelines for disposing of listed assets says the decision is discretionary. Restored, repaired and retrofitted, it would be fit for the long-term future, becoming a greater, greener capital asset, be more financially beneficial for all of Hertfordshire. Paradoxically, the money gained from selling this site would pay towards the ever-increasing bills of social care, adult care, child welfare that were part of the core business ethos of Ickleford Equestrian Centre. Equestrian therapy supports our disenfranchised and excluded youth, the vulnerable, disabled, neurodivergent, SEND community, addicts, victims of abuse, our ageing population with dementia or loneliness. Connecting communities with animals has been a well-being value that far exceeds a price tag. In the public interest, we are respectfully asking you to reconsider this pivotal decision objectively, considering the needs of local people, the disabled community and future generations. Tragically, the tenant's widow could actually have afforded to buy the property had the price been disclosed. The unseen cost has been the financial, emotional, physical and mental cost to the previous occupier, her staff, her suppliers, her customers and volunteers, especially the Riding for the Disabled Association. I am also speaking for those who have no voice and no vote. Please can we have a moment's silence in memory of Richard Nichols, who lived and worked his whole life at Lower Green Farm and died there in 2021.
Francis, thank you very much indeed for that. Now, we don't receive petitions every day of the week here, so I'm just going to consult with them to make sure we'll see.
I think that is in terms of Consultation. That's to be much.
Thank you.
Right, okay. Just for everybody's benefit, the note that's just been handed to Elaine comes from Councillor David Barnard, who is the local member, and asking if he has the opportunity to address the meeting. My advice is that you do, David, but as part of the substantive item which comes next. So I believe procedurally we have received a petition for which many thanks. Thank you very much to you for being here today and making the effort to come. And then we'll now move on to the substantive item, and part of that you may make a contribution. So in that case, then I think we move on now then to item 4, which is a decision on the future of Lower Green Farm, Ickleford. And I think the lead officers here are Sass Pledger and Emma Chapman. One or both of you will present this item.
Thank you, Chair. I'll lead. So the original site is 120 acres as detailed within the reports. The council is seeking to retain 110 acres and relet this as part of the rural estate. We're looking to dispose of just 10 acres of the estate. The 10 acres comprises of a Grade 2 listed farmhouse and Grade 2 listed barn, stables, menage and some grazing. The previous tenant ran a private equestrian centre from the site. It was vacated in September last year. And As council policy, we look to divest ourselves of heritage assets because they are expensive to maintain, they are very challenging to adapt for future client use, and the sustainability credentials are also very challenging to improve upon. The building itself requires substantial works, and we feel that we cannot delay in the disposal of this asset. We have been in conversation with the Heritage and Conservation Officers of North Herts around the condition of the property itself and the condition of the barn. We had an updated thank you. We had an updated condition survey undertaken last week, and whilst the building is not considered to be an at-risk status for a listed building, which means immediate works need to be undertaken, it's on the cusp of being noted as that. The current repair costs are in excess of £880,000, so it's a very expensive building for us to look to maintain. We have ongoing holding and security costs on the site as well. The Save Lower Green Farm group have made an application to North Herts for it to be registered as an asset of community value. This was refused. They then made a renewed application, and this was also refused. So the local council, North Hertfordshire District Council, do not see this as an asset of community value. We have looked at some of the impacts of the closure. The equestrian facilities, the previous tenant has actually moved locally and opened up a different equestrian facility. We have looked at provision riding for the disabled in the area. There are 14 other riding for the disabled facilities based within a 20-mile radius of this farm, which provide services to disabled clients. And we feel that this asset needs to be disposed of for the reasons I've given. So this paper is seeking permission to proceed with that disposal.
Thank you, Sass. Emma, not least since Francis made reference to the deceased tenant, I know that you and your colleagues have worked with the tenants for a very long period of time, and indeed all the tenants in the rural estate. I just wondered if you might want to just say a couple of words about the deceased tenant, because I know you.
Emma, are you happy to do that because you had many sort of roundtable conversations with them?
Yes, I've worked in the rural estate for 10 years now, and I have met the deceased tenant Richard on numerous occasions, and Debbie and myself and the real estate manager actually attended the funeral of Richard, which was very well attended. But we do have, I'd like to hope we have a close working relationship with our tenants. And I think I would like to say from a real estate perspective, we've tried very hard to find a resolution with the outgoing tenant. But I understand that there's mixed opinions on that.
Thank you very much, Emma. Okay, maybe we might just ask David Barnard now, the local member, to speak if you wish. David.
Shall I come down there? So
As you wish, yes, of course, yes. Thank you.
first of all, excuse the brevity for the scribbled notes that I put down here, and I hope that they come across somewhat joined up. And I've headed it really here, cash versus community asset. We all know that the county council, and in fact councils up and down the country, are pretty cash strapped at the moment, and we need to liquefy whatever assets we can as appropriate. So going on there, you'll all no doubt be well acquainted with the history of the site. You've heard a little bit this morning. For many years, it has been a valuable local community used asset, providing equestrian training and leisure for many local children and used extensively by the Riding for the Disabled. That is obviously a very valuable commodity which really shouldn't be lost. Following the death of the previous tenant and the subsequent vacating of the site, is now recommended for disposal. There have been considerably more than 500 petitions, as you heard, in favour of allowing a community group to acquire this portion of the site. You're probably aware that there are 3 different sections. 2 of them are proposed to be relet, I believe, and this one is proposed to be sold on the open market, I think. So what we would like to do is to give the community group, which is a very strongly, so there were 500 people following it, to have a bit of breathing space, really, because this has all come up pretty quickly. And because North Herts Council did not register it as an asset of community value, because it was part commercial, part residential, they're not going to get that 6-month buffer in order to be able to investigate and raise the funds. It may well be that at the end of the day, they don't manage to raise those funds, but I believe that as a caring council and as a council that obviously puts our communities first, we should be considering giving them the opportunity to do this. Other opportunities may arise, I don't know. They're to be investigated, perhaps. So, for that reason, what I'm asking for you to do, perhaps this morning, is to defer a decision on, well, or if it's going on the market, most certainly, but to defer a decision so that they can have the sort of time that they would have had North Herts Council registered it as an asset of community value. So they'll have that time to investigate and try and raise the funds and so on and so forth. And it may well be that they don't actually succeed. I don't know. I hope they do. And I hope you'll perhaps give them that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Just before you leave your seat, you're saying that you would like more time to be made available. Sorry if I missed it, but do you have a sense of how much more time that would be?
Yes, what I've put down here, and this could be open for discussion and negotiation, if it were to have been registered as an asset of community value, then there would be 6 months leeway for them to be able to raise money. It would be rather nice and very generous if the committee were to turn around and say, well, let us unofficially consider it as just that and give them the same benefits that they would get if it were registered as an asset of community value.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. You're very welcome. President, again, looking at Elaine all the time, I just want to make sure we get our procedure right. But ahead of this meeting this morning, I received an email from Councillor Louise Peace of the North Herts Council. I think she may have emailed other members, I don't know. I'm going to come to that email in a moment, but if I might just in effect ask officers a couple of questions just so we're setting the scene correctly here. My understanding is that firstly, it has never been this council who has sought to use this particular plot of land as an equestrian facility. That is something that the previous tenant chose to do. Just so that we can just walk through these issues. Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. And am I also right to understand that we would be open-minded as to whether a new operator at the site chose themselves to use it as an equestrian facility? We take no position on that in principle.
Yes, it lends itself for continued use as an equestrian centre owing to the menage and the stables on site.
And the last thing, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly, and I'm sure I am, and that is that exactly as Councillor Barnard has just said, if the local community can raise the funds to buy the site, we would have no problem with that at all either.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So our position essentially is that we have a site, something needs to happen with it. We're open-minded as to what that might be, subject to larger considerations. If the local community can raise the funds to buy it, we would welcome that. And if they choose to use it as an equestrian centre, that would not be a problem. But on the other hand, if a different acquirer were to come along, equally, in principle, subject to wider considerations, they would be free to use the site as they might choose to use the site.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So just with all those things in mind, just let me now take everybody to the email from Councillor Peace. It's Louise Peace, and I'll read it in full. I write in support of the Save Lower Green Farm group. You will hear a short presentation from Francis Barry tomorrow on behalf of this group. This group understands the need for Herts County Council to achieve best value for residents and asks only that due consideration also please be given to the local rural economy residents. They ask that para 3.1b be amended to read, delegate to the Deputy Chief Executive and Executive Director of Resources the authority to agree the terms of disposal of the site, thereafter dispose of the site to a buyer who will use the site as a rural economy asset, including the facility for providing for the Disabled Association, in consultation with the Director of Finance, Executive Member for Resources and Performance, and Save Lower Green Farm Group. The listed farmhouse has been assessed by North Herts Council's Senior Conservation Officer as not at risk, reducing the need for immediate disposal and potential restoration costs for HCC. Your rural estates strategic plan rightly says, we lead and inspire communities by supporting employment opportunities, increasing access to the countryside and continuing to hold land for strategic opportunities across the county. We are the custodians of a sustainable rural estate with a positive and viable future. For over 30 years, Lower Green Farm is a flourishing local business, supporting local shops, pubs, farmers, horse feed businesses, vets, farmers or farriers, equine dentists, as well as training the future equine industry. It recently provided support to disabled riders, both children and adults with physical and mental difficulties. It was an established active part of a rural village and a rural economy asset. The recent end of tenancy at the farm left a whole community bereft, with the widely noted absence of horses in the surrounding graze pastures. The future of Lower Green Farm should be determined in partnership with community interests, values and needs, and residents ask for a disposal of the site to be in consultation with the SLGF, which is the Save Lower Green Farm group, who believe that the site can have a future. Now we are just to respond to that as part of that response, can I also ask you just to talk to the room a little bit about the legal obligation that we're under to achieve best consideration for this asset?
Thank you, Chair. So with all disposals that come forward from the council, we have a fiduciary responsibility to achieve best consideration. And what I mean by this is under the Local Governments Act, Section 123, we have to ensure that we can achieve the best value that can be reasonably obtained in the market. So therefore, we're unable to dispose of an asset at less than best consideration. This asset has a value of 1 million. It also has ongoing costs in terms of security. There have been some incursions on the site, so we're having to pay monthly out of revenue budgets for security on the site. We also have, from the latest condition survey, some substantial works that will need to be undertaken very, very soon. The asset has been priced to sell with this in mind, and the buyer will be fully aware of the remedial works that need to be undertaken for the listed building and the barn in advance of the sale. In terms of the request that has been put forward by the Council for North Herts, unfortunately, with regard to Section 123 of the Local Governments Act, we cannot undertake a sale in consultation with a third party. So basically, we couldn't agree to a disposal that is considered by, say, Lower Green Farm.
Shows. I'll take Steve Jarvis and then Tim.
So, well, used to the IT arrangements. I don't want to come back later, but I just wanted to raise a specific point in that my understanding that the Local Government Act provided discretion for the council to take into account other matters and disposals under, I think it's 2.5 million. Is that, have I remembered that correctly?
I'll ask an answer to come.
Yeah, I think
maybe I'll just take Tim first. Take some batches, maybe.
Thank you very much. Got a few questions, if that's okay. Yeah, and thank you very much, Francis Barry, for attending this morning and for presenting the petition. It's much appreciated. I think I've seen somewhere, I think Francis mentioned it, that the occupier might have been in the position when she was there to purchase this property. Again, I noticed Emma sort of said there was two conflicting stories about the relationship at the end sort of thing. But yeah, was this actually discussed with the occupier at the time about them, purchasing the property and moving and staying there, really? That's my question number one. I noted, well, that you asked the question about basically the site itself. Would it go straight to the open market? I heard Councillor Barnard saying, could there be a pause on this for 6 months? I just wondered if the officers could actually come back to that. Because I understand this group here might not be ready to actually come in and make an offer in the coming weeks, but might well be in that 6-month period. So I just wondered if that could be clarified. My final question is just, you mentioned about the 120 acres to be re-let. Is that sort of lettable? Will that go quite quickly? Is it marketable? Will it go quickly? Yeah. They're my 3 questions. Thank you. That's that. Thanks.
Thank you. So the process that Councillor Jarvis is referring to is GDC, so General Disposal Consent, where we have a discretionary power to sell at less than best consideration. However, it's a very strict process and you have to fulfil certain criteria to be able to sell at an undervalue effectively. It's an audible process, and primarily because this asset was not accepted as an asset of community value, it really does not feel that it can demonstrate the evidence to be able to be considered for a GDC disposal. We would struggle to find the evidence to put that forward, which is, we audited on that evidence. In terms of the previous tenants, there were numerous discussions around whether the widow wished to continue at Lower Green Farm. We cannot sell to sitting tenants. We're not allowed to do that. So every site would have to be openly marketed, and then they have a right as part of that to bid for that site. But they were aware of that process.
Just touching on the reletting point. The Lower Green Farm is 120 acres. We're selling 10 of those roughly, which leaves the 110 remaining. The vast majority of that, so about 80 acres, is being amalgamated with a neighbouring farm called Elmdean, where sadly the tenant has also passed away. We are looking to put Elmdean, which will then be about 120 acre farm, on the market in the spring for a new small holding letting. So that will be to find a new tenant in line with the small holding duty, so agricultural, we hope. We then moved to the top yard, or to Lower Green Farm, which was the second house that Francis mentioned. This will be a letting of approximately 15 acres, including a house and yard. We will allow equestrian use there, but we also wouldn't dissuade agricultural use there, as it is still part of our small holding estate. There is then a further field to the south that's approximately 7 acres, and that will be let for grazing purposes. At the moment, the timing of that is still to be decided. We would hope to coincide the letting of that grazing land with the disposal of Lower Green Farm, so that the purchaser of that has the potential to add some grazing land to their area of land if they wish to have an equestrian business.
just before we come back, Tim, Tim did ask for a comment in relation to Councillor Barnard's suggestion that we, in effect, pause for 6 months, would have arisen had they got the community asset value thing.
We were considering this, so that's why we commissioned an additional condition survey on the property, the Grade 2 listed heritage property and the barn, to look at what the likelihood of it gaining a at-risk listed status. It's my view that should we delay by 6 months, then we would have to undertake those repairs amounting to about £880,000 to £1 million. And we would also then have a delay in achieving the capital receipt of £1 million. We would also have additional security costs, which amount to about £24,000 for the property.
Got Ian Albert, and then I'll bring you back to
My question being answered. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think part of my question, one of the questions, I think has been answered by that, because I was minded, and I'm still minded to want to give some additional time. But just to be absolutely clear, you think that we might need, or what you think are the chances that we're going to need to do this work? I haven't seen that survey, and I think it would be helpful personally for me to be able to see that survey in advance of taking that decision. I'm not distrusting what you say. You're way more expert than I am, but I would quite like to see the survey and understand the risks of that work being needed, and perhaps you could kind of cover that. Just to understand, if we were to relet the property, we were to keep and relet, whose responsibility would be to do the repairs on the farmhouse at that point? If we were to give, as Councillor Barnard's asking, the ability to sort of delay this for 6 months to see whether the group can find the funds, are we able to condition future use of that? Because obviously there's a question as to what business could be run from there, and obviously, you know, if an equestrian business wasn't able to be run from there, presumably if we just passed it on to someone else, they could profit in a way. I'm not sure saying they would, absolutely not, but could we condition something in relation to that? And then finally, really, I think the petitioner mentioned about kind of hinting around whether the property was suitable without the other areas. Is it suitable in and of itself to run an equestrian business there within the 10 acres, or does it need additional grazing? But those are my questions. But I'd just like to understand the wider thing. But I would like to see that conditions report.
Thank you, Chair. So the condition report was undertaken last week. We have the initial findings from that with all of the details of the works that need to be undertaken. We do know that there are some urgent works around the roof. The inappropriate render has been applied to the outside of the listed building, which is causing the interior timbers to rot. So, you know, I can go line by line, but I don't feel that would be helpful at this point in the meeting. Suffice to say that the total costs that we were looking at were around 900,000 without contingency. So you're probably looking at about £1 million. In terms of if the property was relet as an equestrian centre, we would be responsible for undertaking those works. So that capital expenditure would sit with us as a council. We do not run equestrian centres. That's not our primary business or objective as part of the rural estate. This was a private enterprise set up by the original tenant. So it's not something that the council supports as part of its core business.
Steve Jarvis.
Thank you. I mean, a number of things, I think, arise as a result of the discussions and answers we've had so far. I mean, I have to say, I think it's a little disappointing that the council has allowed one of its assets to get to a point where it's within 3 months of being declared to be at risk. I appreciate that the council doesn't wish to own heritage assets, but I think it is kind of important that it maintains the ones that it's got and doesn't allow that to get to a position where it becomes a matter where the council will be required to conduct the work under the listed building regulations if they don't do it within the next 3 months. You know, it's not a position our assets should be getting into. I appreciate that's history and there's nothing we can do about that now. But I do think we need to take that into account in terms of other similar assets, because there are other rural estate buildings which are listed or of heritage importance. I assume the number that's quoted in terms of repair costs in the report is greater than 300,000. I know that 900,000 is greater than 300,000, but it's rather more greater than one would have expected. So is that because there's been some additional work done? So that's a question. And I have read the Conservation Parks Conservation Officer's report, and that identifies that there is some work required, but certainly doesn't give the impression that it's a matter that they will be considering declaring it as at risk within the next 3 months. But maybe there's some new information about that as well. And I also, I guess I'm concerned, and this is a matter of, in some respects, it's a pity we didn't talk about the rural estate before. But this is a general matter in that if we split up these bits of rural estate into smaller and smaller portions, then the chances of them being viable rural businesses probably declines. So I'm a little concerned about what can be done with this. Is there anything? It's not just this piece. Is it possible to run a sort of rural business there, or is the next step going to be that whoever buys it makes an application to convert all the barns into housing? And there's two questions, I guess, about that. Is the council in support of that? Will you be happy for that to happen? And if it is, how does it get its share of the benefit of that? So I think that there's a range of questions around that. But I also think that there's some merit in David Barnard's proposal that a little time should be given, and one could negotiate what that time was to see whether or not the local group that says that it might come up with a community solution would be in a position to make a realistic bid for it. Now, we can speculate about whether or not that's likely, but it seems to me that to allow some time to do that would not be unreasonable.
Thank you, Steve, very much. If I might just comment before officers come back, the point you make about maintaining heritage assets is a well-made point, but of course it does make the point that they are very expensive to maintain. I think one of the things, obviously, in the room we all have to keep in mind is that any expenditure here is an expenditure that's borne by every taxpayer of Hertfordshire, and in effect we are the custodians of the tax provision that's made by every resident of Hertfordshire, not just those in a particular locality. Sas, I don't know, Emma, if you want to respond to Councillor Jarvis's comments in any way.
Yeah, so we'll start with the condition point, and I think it's fair to say that we have carried out repairs over the last 10 years. So to name a few, we've done electrical upgrade, we've done chimney repairs, we've done window repairs and minor roof repairs. However, the fabric of the property is at a point where it needs substantial work and substantial investment. So we costed this work in 2019, as you said, and this was 300,000. Since then, the roof has got into condition where it is likely to need renewal. We actually have two competing views on that. So North Herts believe it does need renewal when we met with the Building Conservation Officer last week. However, the building condition survey report we've had done just says the moss needs removing. So actually that is still to be confirmed. So in 2019, when we did the work, that was for the render removal due to the damp in one of the rooms. And the level of investment required just didn't make sense with the return we were receiving on the rent, and it was not viable to proceed with. In addition to this, the nature of the work would require the property to be vacant, which I think is important to note as well. Just kind of then moving on to the next point, which I think you picked up on, the smaller and smaller plots of rural estate land. This asset in particular was looked at in that way because it has 2 houses and 2 yards. I think we have to remember the variety of assets across the rural estate can stretch from a small strip of garden land to a single house and garden, all the way up to a 500-acre farm with 10 houses and 3 yards. So each asset does have to be looked at in kind of its own context, and there will be times when actually it makes sense to classify them separately. But I know we're coming on to that in the next item. Sorry, was that all your questions?
I think that covers all the points of the questions rather than statements, yes.
Okay, I'm just looking around the room. I'm sorry, Ian wanted to come back, and then I'll take you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just really coming back to the point, one of the questions asked, but also that I think Councillor Jarvis has just said, to understand that if we gave more time and the group then was able to come up with some funds to buy this particular property, to what extent are we able to condition that future use, I think is what as kind of key. And I suppose I think the point Councillor Jarvis was making, obviously there was going to be, inverted commas, a change of use, then to what extent is there a profit share in that? But I don't know what that's something that we'd looked at. But as I say, I'm interested to understand that before coming to a final view on which way to go.
I think that's quite an interesting question. There's a suggestion that the group might raise the funds, and then I take your point. You're not anticipating this will happen. You're seeing it as a possibility that they might then use the land in a way that maybe is not in anticipation as of right now. Yeah, that would be sharing. I get that. Sassarella.
Thank you. So there are already sort of restrictions on the main house and barn because they are Grade 2 listed. The sale would stipulate that the stables are to be used for ancillary use only, so not to be used to create additional dwellings. In terms of timescales, considering the condition surveys and not wishing to create an additional burden for the council in terms of urgent works that need to be undertaken, I feel we could allow 3 months for the group to be able to raise the funds or otherwise to be able to purchase, and then we would go to sale after a 3-month period, if that's agreeable to members.
Yeah, I know there are a couple more questions in the offing here, but if I could just respond to that also. In any event, marketing this property will take some time, won't it?
Yes.
It's not at all what we would expect an offer coming this afternoon, and it's all done tomorrow. So just to take your thought there, Sass, allowing this community group, David Barnard's suggestion, 3 months probably would work, wouldn't it? Because the sale process would be running anyway, and the normal sale process is unlikely to be complete in 3 months anyway. That's a fair comment.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Paul, I'll come to you. I've got questions over here first, but let's take Paul. And just Paul on this side. Actually, the discussion of a minute or so has overlapped a bit with what I was going to say, but I would just question really for the finance officers here. I believe that the cost to the council and therefore the residents of holding this for 6 months is £40,000, and it would be half of that if it was 3 months. That's based on the holding cost of £2,500 a month plus 5% cost of capital. As a rough number. So I just wanted to know, check that the whole committee would be aware of that cost if we took that. And I was going to ask, and it's a little bit now, I need to follow up a bit that question about parallel marketing, because I'm not totally convinced that giving any time for the residents means that there is effectively no delay in receiving those receipts. I can see that there would be less of a delay because there must be some sort of still some pre-marketing work to go on, but imagine you can't actually
in good faith, put a property on the market without saying that there's another group who've got preemption rights. And if you can, that's more flexibility. But I just want to confirm those two things.
If I might, and then sort of Steve will come and we'll talk about the finance. You've used a slightly formalistic word, they're preemption rights. I'm not sensing this conversation moving towards preemption rights. I'm sensing it moving in the direction of acknowledging that it will take time in any event to dispose of the property to whoever might be a purchaser. That is almost certainly like to take the lead nonce. So it will be fine if the community group has, say, 3 months to raise finance. Yeah, you can, please.
If I could just come back before you go to Scott, because it's linked to that. I guess what I'd like to know is, based on that opinion, and then Scott's, is if we took a decision, this committee, to say we'll give the community 3 months, what is estimated to be by the office the cost of that, and how that would impact the rest of the budget? Because my concern, and it's been referenced obliquely so far, is we are having in this budget, which we're going to have to approve in a week's time, to make very big cuts in service provision across the whole county, and we have to make sure that in offering this, we're cognizant of that fact about how much that will cost and what influence that might have on any other aspects of our budget.
Yeah, if I might say, I think that's an important contribution to the debate. Thank you very much for that. And if I might also say, just to pick up a point or comment you made, you may not have meant to make a point. I don't think this issue is at all about the speed at which this council will receive a capital receipt. This issue, first and foremost, is how this property is managed, how we deal with the imminent expenditure and issues that arise because of the property's condition and its grade 2. Obviously, a capital receipt will inure to the council, and it obviously would be nice to get that sooner than later. But that single issue is not the driver of the issue that's before us today. I'll let Steve, actually, before you come in, I know Paul Mason wants to comment. I've just seen Graham's hand up. So, and Croft, let's see what others say, and then you come in, Steve.
Thank you, Bob. The conversation is obviously moving on slightly. And Sass mentioned about allowing 3 months, and
Can you get a bit closer?
sorry, no, I need to get a bit closer. Sorry. Sass was mentioning about sort of giving them 3 months. I sort of picking up the sort of other speakers as well, and what you've said. I can't see why we can't just commence with marketing, and we're at liberty to sell the property. If there are other interested parties, other deliberations going on, that doesn't hold us back from starting the marketing process, as long as we haven't signed any sort of contract to say that we're giving the property to one. When it's marketed, that we're going to actually sell it to the people that may be interested through marketing, but that gives us a bit of improved sort of timescales in terms of marketing, and all we've got to have a clause is that we don't sign any sort of agreement or like a contract with anybody for 3 months until this community group or this group of individuals have looked at the options open to them and to see at all if they can actually get the funds together to purchase it. But I suggest we just, we give them the 3 months, but we commence with marketing. We don't hold back for the reasons that have been discussed.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I've got Ken. I think, yes, Ken.
Thank you. Just responding to a note that David Barnard has passed to me. He said that if the property had to be renovated, that the sale price would be reflected in that. But I'm not certain whether there with that question. Mrs. Barry's done a very good job with putting this team together, 513 people. But we're making one assumption that whoever buys this place is going to be a bad purchaser that's going to destroy the premises. It might well be that the purchaser will do an exceedingly good job on it, and there'll be no need for the village group to buy it. So I think we ought to bear that in mind, that hopefully, I'm sure that the village would prefer to have somebody buy it that had their interest in renovating the place properly and looking after the premises perfectly. I do know, I think there's plenty of places that I do know provided for the disabled that operate out of a lot less than 10 acres. There's one in Benetton, for example. So I'm not certain that would be hamstring any particular purchaser. I don't think putting it on the market now and then sort of not taking any serious action is a very sensible way to do it. In my view, when you sell something, you go in wholeheartedly and you sell it properly. If you say, we're not going to take any decisions for 3 months, I think that'll negate any drive to be a successful sale. So the answer is, why don't we just market the things completely, totally in 3 months' time? Today's meeting is about whether we sell it. And my opinion is we have to sell it, we should sell it, it's the right thing to do. But I think we just don't market it for 3 months, but then we go in full tilt in 3 months' time rather than starting with a limb wrist. So I'm for sale, and I just hope Mrs. Barry and her team are not forced to have to buy it, because we'll find a really good sale to somebody who's going to love the place and look after it.
Thank you very much, Ken. I think I saw your hand, Graham.
Yes, Ken put my point across so eloquently. So, I do sort of try to struggle with this 3 month period. What can realistically be done in a 3 month period that hasn't been achieved so far? Can they actually motivate themselves to get something put in place? Or when that 3 months comes to an end, are they going to come back and say, we need another 2 weeks or we need another 4 weeks? Just trying to understand the process, what's actually involved behind that.
Okay, I'm going to let officers at this end of the table come in now, because there's a specific question for you, Stephen, and I've got a sense that Scott might want to comment on kind of overall management aspect.
Thank you, Chair. It was directed to me, but I think probably Emma and Sass would probably have a better view on this. But certainly there would be financial implications, as you rightly say, Paul, from holding the site for a longer period, both in terms of those direct holding costs in that period, but also, and perhaps most significantly, the risk of further deterioration, which either makes the need for the intervention and repairs more likely, or reduces the potential sales proceeds. And I think we'd be then in a position of potentially needing to fund the repairs, but simply to try and achieve the expected sales value rather than an increased sales value. And of course, it's very difficult to put figures on that. Of course, you've heard from SAS an estimate for full scale of repairs, but any financial implication like that would, as you rightly say, Paul, impact on the council's wider budget.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just for the committee's benefit and those listening online, I'm Scott Credgenson, Deputy Chief Exec, but also Exec Director for Resources, so responsible for our property service. Again, I think my colleague Sass has outlined a sort of alternative plan that the team feel that they can support. But there is this balance, as Stephen's outlined, where we can defer works that we believe that are necessary, and obviously the ongoing risk of incursion on the site, which I believe has already encountered an incursion, which could then obviously make further problems for the property going forward. So, from our perspective, I think we have to be clear that there is no preemption rights in relation to this. This would be an open market process, but nonetheless to recognise all of the hard work and the strength of feeling within the village and the community. That if we're able to provide that extra time to allow the appropriate funds to be sort of pulled together, if that is achievable, then obviously then that can all be put into the final process. But we would need to make sure that, and I think to be clear, I think it was Councillor McAndrew's point, is that, I think we have to be very clear here that it has to be a hard stop 3 months without further extensions because of this
interlink with the works that we believe would be necessary.
Thank you very much, Scott. That's helpful. I've got lots of hands. I didn't see the order which they came up. I'll take you first, Lewis. That's for John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And all I would add, I support what's just been said, and I take on board all of the issues that we discussed. I suppose all we can do to try and measure that 3 months is just keep in close contact with the community group, because obviously if they've had a large chunk of money raised and what have you, the probability becomes more likely, and if they haven't, then the probability becomes less. So it was just to say that if we're minded to go down and give them some time, which I think is reasonable, what Councillor Barnard asked for, then I think we just need to keep in close contact with them so we can work out the progress made towards that.
Thank you, Lewis. John, I think.
Yeah, Chairman, I've just gone back to the recommendations that we've been asked to do today. That's A and B. And I think in terms of the discussion we just had, I believe this committee can agree to both A and B. I think there's a sense in principle that this property needs to be disposed of for all the reasons that we've heard. And we've just heard of Councillor Cocking put it very succinctly that there's an opportunity. I think what we're saying in this committee is that in the discussions and the period of delegation to the Deputy Chief Executive, Executive Director Resources, they should take account of the debate we've had today in terms of potentially communicating with the community group and also exploring opportunities for their involvement. But I think as a cabinet panel, given that we asked the Deputy Chief Executive to take a note of the discussions today, I think the two recommendations are supportable given the debate we've had this morning.
Thank you, John. Councillor David Barnard, local member, wants to come back.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for the debate. I just one little thing to point out there was a technicality which prevented the North Herts District Council from granting the asset of community value, and that was because there was a little bit of a park commercial, so therefore it didn't qualify on that. Had they not had that little bit of commercial history and it were residential, it would have been registered as an asset of community value, and therefore this discussion wouldn't be happening this morning because there would be a compulsory 6 months. I really think that that little technicality which prevented it from becoming registered as such is preventing the community group from having a fair crack, which other properties would provide for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Then I think we've got Steve Jarvis. Lewis, Steve's first, and you, Lewis.
Yeah, I understand the point that John was making, and Scott will clearly have heard the discussion this morning and no doubt take that into account when carrying out the task we've delegated to him. But I think we should actually say that that's what we wanted to do, to be clear, that's what we've had a discussion about a process that will involve a dialogue with the community to determine whether or not they're able to purchase the site. And I think we ought to add that to the second recommendation to reflect that that's what I understand we were all expecting to take place.
Thank you, Steve. We'll come back to that. I've got Lewis first, and I'll come to you.
Yeah, it was just to follow up on the point I just made, and I'm sure we can take officers' assurances that if by the end of the 3 months the group are incredibly close to getting the money, and I mean not loads of money out, if they're 10 or 20 grand away, I'm sure that we would think reasonable to, if they've got a plan to get the extra little bit to get them over the line, I'm sure we'd think reasonable of that. We're not going to cut them off if they've suddenly raised 90% of the money. I do think there should be some flexibility, but obviously if we get towards the end of the 3 months and they've only raised 10% of the money, that's a whole different kettle of fish and a whole different story.
Thank you, Lewis. Ian.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I wouldn't be prepared to vote for the recommendations as laid out here, and I would be voting against. If obviously we're prepared to pick up what I think Councillor Jarvis is looking to amend and actually being much more specific in there, not just we note the discussion, but being very much more specific in there, then I would commend that those recommendations to the committee. I still have some concern. Personally, I'd actually been looking for 6 months, but I realise that there is some significant risks in there for the council in terms of what might happen on repairs. So that 3 month is it seems to me to be a compromise and a balanced position. But I think we need to be very specific in the recommendation about that, and I wouldn't vote for them as they are currently written.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we're coming towards the end of the debate. It's been a very good debate. Thank you very much, everybody, including local member, Councillor Barnard. Thank you very much indeed. Just coming back to the recommendations, and it might be helpful if people could just look at them. It seems, and I'm not preempting the vote, we will be voting on this, but I'm just trying to simulate where we are. My sense is that the room is agreed on part A of this recommendation. And I think this room is also agreed on, and I'm going to put this deliberately vaguely, the 3 month thing. It's just a question of precisely what that boils down to. And as I'm tracking this debate, I think where we are on the 3 month thing is we need to decide as a group whether we are going to pause all, per your comment, Ken, pause all marketing for 3 months. That's all marketing. Or we're going to allow marketing to carry on the basis that this group, this group will have 3 months to see if they can raise the money. And they're obviously slightly different things, aren't they? So I don't know whether any people would like to express an opinion as to whether we're pausing for 3 months, or I think the expression you used, pause, working in parallel for 3 months. Sash, you want to comment?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that with the process for an asset community value, I'm sure members are familiar with this, is that you would proceed with marketing in parallel with any community group wishing to express an interest in the purchase of a site. So if we are looking to align ourselves to that process, then you would seek to gather the marketing materials together and commission an agent to proceed with the sales particulars.
I think the crux of the matter is, if the local group is able to come up with a proposal to purchase within 3 months, will any of the marketing activity prejudice that? And if the answer is no, then there's clearly no problem in going on ahead with marketing. If the answer is yes, then the situation is perhaps a bit more difficult, because frankly we're in danger of misleading the community group into believing they've got an opportunity that perhaps doesn't exist. But if at the end of the 3 months they say we can proceed with this, we don't say actually we've been marketing it so we can't, then I think there's no problem with that. Which is, I think, what would happen if it were an asset of community value.
I'm going to ask Scott to comment. That's okay, Scott. We can benefit of your overarching view here.
Yeah, but if it's okay, I could just check through SAS that if I've understood the way the conversation has now taken place, is that we'd be marketing this, but ultimately the offers that come forward, whether that be from the community or from the private sector, would be weighed up against each other, and then effectively a successful purchase would be determined from that. There would be no predetermination that if the community was able to raise the money, that it would get, if the private sector or a private individual came forward and was offering 10% more for the property, we would have an duty under the best value to follow that purchase.
Just point of clarity then, don't we have to market it in order to determine the value of the property? Because at the moment we're just going on what we think it's worth, but we won't know what it's going to be worth until we've actually started the marketing.
Steve?
I mean, this still isn't very likely, that we could market it tomorrow, and tomorrow afternoon someone could make a bid. What I think we're saying is that we're not going to accept any bids for 3 months. Well, we're going to not make a choice in respect of any bids for 3 months to ensure that the community group has the opportunity to make a bid. But clearly they've been substantially less.
Yes,
Something else.
I think that is exactly what we're contemplating. And if I might say, just personally, as I'm listening to the debate, it increasingly seems to me that we should be running the parallel approach, because it seems to me that we should put all prospective bidders on the same footing. So they should all get the same marketing materials, it seems to me, and they should all be looking at the same materials, have the same opportunities. And I'm not going to comment on that unless anyone disagrees. Well, I don't know, actually, we're going to quickly comment.
I think we just need to be careful that as the asset has not been designated as an asset of community value, we can't apply that moratorium around giving the petitioners the opportunity to put a bid forward that may be lower than market value. But what we can do, which is in line with ABC requirements, is we give them a 3-month period. So we wouldn't seek to accelerate a sale which doesn't give them the opportunity to raise the funds. So no bids would be accepted until that 3-month period. So it's about allowing extra time, not applying a preemption, which we wouldn't be able to do.
Okay, I'm looking at. I think I've got lots of nods. I think this is where we are now. Does anybody? John, you have great say and wisdom, but I think we do need to amend the wording of the recommendation. Okay. Is anybody? I'm looking at Scott. Why am I looking at Scott? Is anybody prepared to volunteer a little bit of extra wording here that will cover the 3 months point, please?
I think we need to add something into recommendation B that effectively that the sale doesn't also the sale process does not get agreed until at least a 3-month period.
No sales included in a 3 months period. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but I just wonder whether we need to add that as point C.
Okay.
That's point C. We then say the marketing of the property be commenced immediately, but no offer be accepted before the termination of a 3-month period. When does that 3-month period start? Today.
We've got. Sorry, everyone. Yeah. Apologies. As my democratic officer has quite rightly told me that we still have due governance to go through with this decision, that it needs to go to our cabinet, and then it's then also subject to calling. So at that point, so subject to those 2 events, so it would be at the point that the calling has expired, the 3-month period would then we can notify the community group of that date once we know. Also, hang on, I've got some hands leading on the left side. Henry's first round, then we'll continue.
I'm sorry to overcomplicate, but of course, if the village group withdraw at an early stage, we don't want to be hamstrung that we can't sell it to anybody for 3 months. If they pull out tomorrow, then we've struck a problem for ourselves. So it needs to be provided the.
It's always good to have helpful comments, isn't it? They just did a meeting. You've got a comment.
If the 3 months commences after the due process is finished, how much longer than 3 months do they have?
I think we're talking a week and a half, subject to a calling. So, but yeah, it won't be a small amount of time, but we can't be precise today because the process hasn't yet been exhausted. Yeah. And to pick up Councillor Crofton's point, I understand, but I'm content from my perspective that we live for 3 months and with the amount of time it would take to conclude the sale.
Okay, good. Right. Well, thank you for a very, very good debate, everybody. And thank you very much to Francis and your colleagues for being here today and generating the petition. Thank you to Councillor Barnard for coming and your comments, which turned out to be very material. So I'm going to move into seeking a vote, which will be on a show of hands on the recommendation. The recommendation will be as per the paper with an additional paragraph C, and I will read it all out. So the recommendation is that Cabinet panel is asked to recommend that Cabinet A agree the site surplus and authorise its disposal, subject to the restrictions at B and C below. B, delegate to the Deputy Chief Executive and Executive Director of Resources the authority to agree the terms of disposal of the site and thereafter dispose of the site in consultation with the Director of Finance and Executive Member for Resources and Performance. C, the marketing of the property be commenced immediately, but no offer be accepted until 3 months have elapsed following confirmation of the decision. And that will allow for the process that So all those in favour, please show a hand. I think that's unanimous, but nevertheless, there are no votes against. Thank you. I've got your vote. No votes against, nothing. And no abstentions. Excellent. So that's been carried unanimously. Thank you very much for a really good debate. Thank you again to Francis and colleagues for being here. And thank you, David, very much. Very
Thank you, members.
Now, looking at the petitioners at the back there, you're very, very welcome to stay, but we're assuming you won't. So we'll give you a chance just to leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being important. Really.
Thank you.
Move on to utilities. It's the sales.
Yes. In your own time,
Okay, right, good. Well, just again, thank you, everybody. That was a really good. Yeah, nice. Thank you. Right. So now on to what I think Temple is asking through, which is to seek approval for rural estates strategic plan following consultation. And luckily, SAS and member of the remaining group.
Thank you, Chair. So members will be familiar with this report. The initial document was brought before them to Cabinet in February this year. Last year, apologies. Since then, there's been a consultation period running for 12 weeks over the summer, which sought to capture feedback and views from key stakeholder groups, including the tenant farmers, in terms of what their views were around the rural estate and the content of the plan. The full consultation responses can be seen at Appendix 1. However, I just wanted to draw your attention to the 4 key responses that were received. The first one was around the importance of education, both in terms of the public and also the rural estate tenants, in terms of the team being able to articulate the aims and objectives for the estate going forward and help them understand the decisions we make around the rural estate. The second was to ensure that the updated plans included a consideration of water and watercourses within the county, and that the sustainability benefits were noted, and that also that there was emphasis placed on the benefit of ensuring food production and security as part of the role of the rural estate. The third was around the scoring matrix, and the recommendation was already been followed up by my team, and that appears in Appendix 3, and how that will work alongside the individual asset management plans which will be created resulting from this strategy. And then the fourth was around how this will inform future management of the rural estate going forward. Therefore, this paper seeks approval to progress with the rural estate strategic plan and for its adoption.
To members for comments, Tim.
Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting this report. Yes, I do find it's a very good report, and of course the asset classifications across the rural estate is quite crucial. It's appreciated you've broken this down into sort of 3 areas: strategic assets, land identified for development and future service use, the rural economy assets for agricultural land, and also the environment assets like woodlands and open spaces to meet our sustainability objectives. How difficult is it to actually sort of, even with a scoring matrix, break the rural estates down into these 3 types? So I'm sure at times it was quite marginal. I can imagine sometimes very subjective. So I just want to know how you come to that and make that thought process.
Just to clarify, that hasn't actually happened yet. So we're seeking approval first before obviously doing the work. I think you're right though. Every asset could almost fit into any one of the 3 categories. But what we want to have is an overriding reason why we're holding that asset. But that doesn't mean if something's classed as rural economy, it won't have any kind of environmental objectives within it. What we're looking to do is for each asset management plan, we will identify which objectives it's meeting. So for one asset in particular, we will say it will meet these rural economy objectives, but it will also meet these environmental objectives. So that could mean a farm asset we're letting, for argument's sake, would obviously be there to support the rural economy. It would be food production, but it may also be that we're looking to protect a neighbouring chalk stream that's running alongside it. So that objective would be in there. Hopefully that helps. Sorry.
Thank you for that, Emma. Yeah, but just double checking on these classifications, and I know they appreciate you did go out to consultation with this sort of thing. I appreciate you got the comments in there, but how did some of the stakeholders, some of the farmers actually accepted the proposed classifications and how they're classified?
Yeah, so the full answers are in there. There was overall 80% support for the classifications. The comments that weren't in support actually provided those kind of recommendations to make changes. So we actually looked to, for example, food production was a big comment that came out that we needed to include in rural economy. And I think the chalk streams as well, so environmental. From the consultation event we held as well, our tenants were generally very supportive of these 3 and like the clarification and transparency it gave.
Thanks. So I think when this came to us before the consultation, I mean, I think there was general agreement that the three categories were the right way to go. I think my concern at that time was how we were going to determine which category any piece of land should be in. So I'm pleased to see we've now got a mechanism for doing that. I mean, clearly, some parts of it will be inevitably be subjective, but there is an attempt, I think, to be as objective as can be. I think this comes back to a question which I raised in previous item, in that there are some decisions that have to be made about what the building blocks of the rural estate are, how bigger areas of land constitute a single item that's going to be assessed. And there are clearly cases where there are pieces of land which currently are operated together, where the use of one of them may be dependent on the facilities on the other one. For example, there may be buildings on one, pasture on another, that together form a viable rural business. And there are probably examples that you can think of where parcels of land together might have some benefit in terms of planting a forest or building a solar farm or something like that, whereas individually they weren't large enough to do that. So I think there is a question of how we've decided what a level at which the units of the landholding are going to be assessed. I think my other comment relates mainly to the rural economy commercial. So we've got two bits of rural economy. We've got small holdings, which is about agriculture, and understandably there are some size and holding constraints there. When we come on to rural economy commercial, which appears to be anything other than agriculture, I mean, there's a great variety of types of economy in the rural area that aren't agriculture. We've just spent a long time talking about something that used to be an equestrian business, and the equestrian business needs a certain amount of land, but the rural economy commercial tests don't recognise that. And there are others like dog training businesses, for example, which need a certain quantum of land in order to be viable. So I think that there's some questions there. I also noticed that food production is seen as an important issue for the rural economy commercial, and I mean, there will be some farm shops and things like that, but quite a lot of rural businesses that aren't agricultural are not involved in food production, but nevertheless do things that either can only be done in the rural area or are valuable contributors to the rural economy. So I wonder whether or not that's we're giving the right sort of level of priority to food production in the commercial part of the rural economy as opposed to the agricultural one.
Okay, I'll try and take those in order. So I think the first one was about what unit we're assessing at. So at the moment, it is on assets. So assets do have a kind of definition within the property world, and that's how we hold them. Generally speaking, that is one asset equals one kind of lease. So for one farm, that whole farm would be under one tenancy and therefore one asset. But as I said, that would go right down to the scale of kind of one garden license, one telecoms mast, one house. So it's a very different scale, but that is the basis on which we're doing the asset management plans. That's how we hold all the data we hold on our properties, is that asset level. So that is the basis which is going to be discussed. But we do understand that each asset is going to have to be assessed on its own merits. So the people doing this are me and the real estate manager. He's been here, I think, 24 years this year. I've been here 10 years. We do know our estate inside out. And I think there has to be a level at which there's some professional knowledge kind of to know those links between the tenants, between the estates, between the land that goes with which land. And ultimately, hopefully, we're trusted to do that job. So the second one, I think, was on the definition of the commercial assets and the small holding. So just to name kind of a few examples, we have 2 golf clubs, we have a private school, we have a garden centre, we have another riding school, all which fall within that. And what we didn't want to do was lose the recognition of the income possibilities that gives us as a rural estate. the statutory service we're providing is a small holding, we recognise that is a kind of public duty, but the commercial side of our estate that is important to retain makes us able to run that side of the service, makes us commercial. Kind of then leading on to the food security point, we wanted to put the food security in there because we wanted to recognise that actually, as you say, there can be farm shops within that. But I do take your point validly that it's not just about food security on the commercial estate. There's actually a wide range of kind of those supporting the rural economy that we actually provide. It's quite far reaching, and actually the petition has picked up on it earlier with just having the riding school somewhere does employ a vet, it will employ the food suppliers, it will employ the hay. It's a big option.
Like, just briefly come back on that. I mean, the scoring matrix at the moment means that a rural business that doesn't support big production or the rural economy, I suppose it says. So it's an either or, is it? So a rural business that didn't do any feed production but did support the rural economy could store those 20% of marks. Okay.
That's absolutely my plan, yes.
Got some hands lined up. Got Lewis first, then Ian, and then Brian. Oh, Sass, would you like to? So, Lewis.
Thank you, Chairman. I've just got a question. We mentioned obviously farm shops and what have you there. And I've been out and about to lots of different farms. We don't have many in Broxbourne, lots of different farms across the county. And how much effort do we put into supporting our tenants and particularly farmers to diversify and have farm shops and what have you? And how much work do we work with our districts and boroughs to allow that? Because I've spoken to a number of farmers that would love to have diversified because it's the only way they can make money and survive. And we need farmers and we need farms. But districts and boroughs are standing in their way, saying no, you can't have a farm shop on this site and what have you. So how much work do we do with our tenants to make sure they can use every option that's viable? Because going on the scoring, obviously they may want to do something that will allow them to score more points, but it's outside their control. For whatever reason, the district has said no, you can't do that.
So I'd like to think we're as supportive as we can be. So Appendix 4 to the report today is about our diversification policy, and especially the if tenants wish to kind of let to a third party. So that is covered and hopefully does show that we're quite supportive of that. We do have, as you say, that kind of planning side to it as well. And unfortunately, the tenants are subject to that, and we would, where we deem it's appropriate, offer a letter of support, and we have done that in the past to tenants, saying yes, we support this application, we recognise the importance to the rural business. We have to recognise that there are some things, especially on the Greenbelt estate, that might not be deemed appropriate in the Greenbelt. So for argument's sake, if a tenant wished to let to a scaffolding yard, we might not deem that's an appropriate letting or subletting or diversification, but farm shops definitely. And on new lettings, so when we're letting 3 farms in the spring, we would anticipate that all 3 applicants, or would like to see all applicants, have a diversification as part of it, whether that's a farm shop or a use otherwise apart from farming, value added, make cheese, ice cream. We'd like to be quite open. Sorry, Sass.
Yeah, do Sass.
Just to add that the team also run regular events for farmers to come together to collaborate and share ideas about diversification and to learn from each other about what works and what doesn't work and where they should be looking to put their efforts into that diversification. And the team also supports in terms of advice should they wish to diversify, should they wish to open a farm shop. So although we're unable to directly influence the planning system, we can provide, as Emma said, less support, and also put them in touch with other farmers that have gone through that process to understand what needs to be put in place to be successful.
Yeah, just in your area, Appleby Street Farm's a great example of that, which is the tenants done an amazing job at diversification there. So definitely many that do.
I'm trying to keep remember the sequence of the hands. I think it's Ian. What's it next?
Just thanks, Chair. I mean, I think, and thanks, obviously, Animals team for the report. I mean, I think this is excellent. I think it's a really good plan. I think you've highlighted education there. Where do you see, I think, that education piece? Because it's not just really obviously our rural communities in making sure, I think people live in the towns understand what's there, who might be users of our and users of businesses and other organisations, you know, in our across our rural estate. Clearly, one of the important things about having a plan is making sure it's a living document. I'd be interested to get your views about how you would look to keep this live and provide updates for whether it's this panel or elsewhere as the work goes ahead, because I think we obviously want to see where we're making a difference and what things more or other things that we might be doing during the course of this plan. And I guess the final thing is how do you see the role of the county council as an important landowner, obviously providing a real exemplar on sustainability and all these sort of other issues, because that's going to be, and how we communicate and articulate that seems to be would be a really valuable thing as that exemplar landowner.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that question. So education, I think, was your first point. And one of the recommendations to start with was having an information video, which I think is a really good idea. I think it gets across succinctly what the rural estate is. And hopefully by doing even projects like this, where we're sitting at panels like this, explaining what the rural estate is and the possibilities it provides, we're already starting that education piece. I know that we are doing work currently on our external facing website as well, and what information can be on there. Reletting 3 farms this year again gets us out there in the press that this is an opportunity. But I still think we've got a long way to go. And I think probably as a team, we're not great about shouting about the good things we do and need to be better at it. And I know that we're working closely internally with our comms and ops teams about making sure that that is both portrayed internally and externally, where we do good work. I think your second question was just, sorry.
Well, there's obviously the important point around being sort of exemplar sort of landowner, but also the other things about the updates about the plan and how we can get reports back in the future and see what more or less that we need to do.
So the next update formal is due in 5 years' time. So that's kind of the lifespan of this. But I think there can be interim updates, and if anyone has any specific means in which they'd like that update, or Bob, you've got any suggestions, I'm happy to take.
Thank you for that comment, Emma. That's noted. I think we've got Brian now.
Emma, nice document of the photographs. Good. On strategic assets objectives, under the vision and objectives, you've got, we work with tenants to allow assets to be found for as long as reasonably practical. We've talked about diversification, various other bits and pieces. I'm just trying to sort of understand what you actually mean by be found for as long as reasonably practical. Is it cost prohibitive? Is it sort of small holdings? It doesn't generate enough profit for somebody to farm product?
So this comment actually refers to where land has been identified for strategic development. So where it's identified in the local plan that there is going to be an urban extension, that what we are looking to do where possible is ensure that land is farmed, so it's not just left derelict. There are so many things that come into that, though. For argument's sake, if we need to do archaeological trenching, that may stop it. But the best use of our assets is to have a tenant on there farming it for as long as possible. Not only does that allow us to receive a rent, it also means it's protected in terms of trespass and security. So that comment is recognising that more so than I think kind of the angle which you read out, which I take on board.
Yeah.
That it's saying that assets should be farmed.
About biodiversity, great woodlands, meadows, that type of thing. Is that sort of part of bigger picture, or is it just farming? Because they both produce different benefits.
So we're working with colleagues in the sustainability team around identifying opportunities for biodiversity net gain across the rural estate and additional carbon sequestration through the changes in farming practices. And so we've done an assessment of the rural estate based on that, and we are working towards identifying parcels of land that could be used for a wider sustainability benefit. So that's a live piece of work at the moment.
So that includes hedgerows around about it.
Absolutely, yeah. And we do provide briefings. We have open evenings for tenant farmers to attend where we talk about such matters as carbon sequestration, enrichment of habitat, and to comply with new legislation coming through.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I've just got 2 link points actually about the main report, in the main report, 8.2, and then I'll go on to 8.6. Given obviously what we heard at the earlier item, I think that this 8.2 point is very important. That is the condition surveys ending with these are required to ensure only viable assets are to be retained. I just wanted assurance that as soon as that decision is made, that they will be brought to whatever Executive Veterans Committee, because there will be a process of finding some way of raising income from them, either through sale or maybe alternative use like solar panels or whatever. Just because we need to go the next stage further. As soon as we've established it's not viable, we need to extract what income we can get out of it. And then my link point goes down to 8.6. which is there's a reference to resourcing. And we're in a world where less resources is going to be available at Herts County Council. And I just wondered about that conflict and how we're going to manage that to ensure that we actually get the most financial benefit in the quickest way possible, whilst meeting those other objectives of reducing our overall resources.
In terms of the 8.2, the sentence that says these are required to ensure that only viable assets are retained. This directly refers to buildings. So this is where we undertake repairs and maintenance and condition surveys for specific buildings. So the rural estate or the small holding would be retained, but it may be that we, working with the tenant farmer, have a conversation around a particular building that's fallen into disrepair and whether it's worthwhile retaining that or whether we want to do something different with that area of land. And apologies, I didn't catch the second question.
It was about general resources. There's a comment in here which totally makes sense given the fact you put a new strategy together and you've got tasks and challenges to do. That it was one of the key recommendations was a lack of resourcing at present. It was recommended, this is considered by the Director of Property, yourself, jointly with the Executive Director of Resources. So I just want to hear actually what is the plan to happen? Are you going to get extra resources or use them in a different way?
In terms of the rural estate, we are carrying 2 vacant posts at the moment. So as you can appreciate, we are using the rural estate strategic plan to prioritise where we need to undertake works and undertake the individual asset management plans. Should this situation change and we're able to recruit to those posts, then clearly we will be able to deliver on the ambitions of the rural estate strategic plan at a greater pace.
Okay, thank you all very much for your various questions and observations. I think we've covered the ground. I'm just going to say before I take us to the recommendation that I think we all think this is a very good report. Thank you very much to you and your colleagues for preparing it. And I think another thing that becomes, it's just really vivid from the report is that we have a very significant rural estate which needs to be managed and looked after, and all sorts of issues there. And by extension, it just really highlights, doesn't it, the diversity of things that Hertfordshire County Council does. We have children in care. It's impressive, and it's good to be reminded. I might just say that you made earlier,
I don't think you should be shy about making sure that people do know people say, and that we do have a lot of attendance, and there's lots of relationships that need to be managed in person. And I say we do a good job. So thank you very much. So with all that, I'm going to move to the recommendation. Now, this is a show of hands recommendation, and it's long, and I think I'm actually reading it out. So okay. So the recommendation is as follows. The Resources and Performance Cabinet Panel is invited to consider this report and recommends to Cabinet that the Rural Estate Strategic Plan is adopted. The recommendations following the consultation be actioned. Policy is adopted of reinvesting the agricultural value of disposals from the rural estate back into the rural estate, with the rest of the proceeds continuing to fund the central capital programme. The high-level scoring matrix is approved. The template asset management plan is approved. Rural estate management principles and policies document is approved. With recognition that policies may from time to time need to be updated, and this further approval is delegated to the Director of Property in consultation with the Executive Member of Resources and Performance and the Deputy Chief Executive and Executive Director of Resources. Asset management plans will be prepared and the final approval of these be delegated to the Director of Property in consultation with the Executive Member of Resources and Performance and the Deputy Chief Executive and Executive Director of Resources. All those in favour, please show their hand. That looks unanimous to me. Thank you very much indeed. Very good. Now, item 5 is in relation to the proposed integrated plan. Just slightly looking at the clock. Yeah, I think we'll carry on. And then maybe we'll think about a break or something after we've covered this item. Yeah. Okay, so Samantha, you're leaving us. Thank you very much for your taking it.
I'll go back in then.
All right. As you choose. Thank you for your contribution on the first two items. Okay, we're moving into item number 5 on the agenda, proposed integrated plan 2024-2027-28. Resources and this is going to be presented by Stephen Filter and or Scott. Yes.
Thank you. And I just got, I think the name will bring your on microphone unit nearer your speaking part. When you get the speaking part. Is that better? Yeah. Not sure. It's not able to read. Look at the building point out. Deleting the move. Oh.
Okay, just for the benefit of the public viewing on the webcam, we just had a minor technical problem. We're not totally sure we know what it is actually. Are these songs have to carry? You don't know why. That's excellent drinking. Not sure whether it's well, I'm going to make an executive decision.
Some of the issues, so
where you go, Scott?
Yes, presenting the proposed integrated plan for 24-25 to 27-28 for the resource and performance portfolio. This report acts as a sort of a stepping stone as part of the approval and scrutiny process of the integrated plan that we run through every year. This is presenting to the panel and giving members the chance to challenge and question elements of the resources and performance portfolio within the integrated plan. This report is based on the draft integrated plan, which was published on the 5th of January. This was in advance of the new 600 million funding announcement by government on the 24th of January. This has subsequently been confirmed by government in the final settlement, which was published earlier this week. In terms of the 600 million that was announced for the sector, this is converted into approximately 10 million pounds of extra government funding for Hertfordshire County Council. This is mainly going to be delivered through an increase in the size of our social care grant allocation. More details are included within the Cabinet report on Monday, the 12th of February, in terms of this additional funding and how it's been put into the budget. In terms of this report, the resource and performance portfolio covers three distinct areas. Majority of the resources department, which is the support services, and a number of a handful of frontline services, such as libraries and more civic processes and support services that we perform. Central items, which are items which aren't allocated out to service departments but held centrally, but also covers capital financing and treasury investments run by the council. The portfolio is proposing a net budget of 122 million pounds for 24-25. This includes 89 million towards the resources department, and also includes some large transformational savings that are being held centrally until further work is completed, such as on organisational resourcing, and it also contains contingency budgets and the capital financing budget of 43 million pounds as well. As a quick summary of the report, but I hope to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Scott. Stephen, I don't know if you wish to add anything. You don't need to. Okay, just looking on the room. Comments? Oh, goodness.
Okay.
We need a petition to get it. Okay, that's absolutely fine. There's no obligation to comment. So if we have any, Scott, it's not a reflection on the presentation. It's better. So in the absence of comments, we will move to the recommendation, which is another vote by show of hands. So the recommendation is the panel is invited to note and comment on the content of the report and to endorse to Cabinet the proposals relating to the integrated plan in respect of the resources and performance portfolio. The panel is also asked to identify any issues that it feels that the Cabinet should consider in finalising the integrated proposals. All those in favour, please show their hands. There must be some abstentions coming to me. Any abstentions? Yes, okay. And for the record, any votes against? Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So we now move on to item 6 of the agenda, which is Finance Budget Monitor Quarter 3 of the 2023-24 year. Again, this will be presented by Stephen Pilson and or Scott. You will kick off.
Thank you. So this is the finance monitor for quarter 3 of 23-24. The key report that we present alongside the integrated plan to Cabinet in February, so acts as a good interlink between showing where we currently are in managing our current budget and also where the issues are that need to be addressed as part of the integrated plan. So there's the two are closely aligned. In terms of the revenue position, the quarter 2 monitor has seen the overspend increase to £15.7 million before the use of a 10 million contingency. So this would result, if this position continued, as a use of reserves of £5.7 million to support the financial position for the year. Since quarter 2, the position has worsened by £2.3 million. I'll quickly mention just the key areas of challenge and the areas that have seen increases in overspend. Within children's services, position has worsened by £2.8 million. The most significant area is within independent placements within our looked after children service. So this is where we actually purchase the placements for children to be in care. In particular, it is an increase in the average cost. So in general, which we've seen throughout the year and across the sector, upper tier authority is witnessing is a big increase in the average cost, which have got inflationary impacts, but also some of the market specific conditions that are pushing up costs in that area. So that has unfortunately worsened in the last quarter. Another area worth highlighting is in adult social care, particularly within adult disability services, which has moved to 1.3 million in total in the wrong way. This in particular, again, is looking at complexity of cases and the cost of purchasing care in the market. This has in places been offset by underspending in older people, which has been underspending through some good demand management and an increase in the amount of care contributions that we've received as a council towards the care. Other areas worth highlighting are within the recruitment area. We continue to face challenges in recruiting to specific posts, especially some frontline services in social care teams. This has led to higher than desirable levels of agency use, which has created certain pressures in certain areas. Linked to this, we also good to highlight that the recruitment prioritisation strategy was started a couple of months ago, has been in place, but the underspend that's come through has been less than we initially expected for this financial year. I think the decision at the time of implementation was to keep all live orders running, which has then sort of created a 2-3 month lag in terms of actually the number of vacancies increasing, which they are starting to now. I think the positive benefit of the strategy is the link to organisational resourcing and looking at the more transformational savings, looking at our structure in the coming months and year as we look to reduce the workforce going forward. Another area that has sort of helped to offset some of the pressures has been within the capital financing budget, as some of the capital spend has been reprogrammed into later years, which has meant a reduction in borrowing costs. We have also, with the higher interest rates than we initially budgeted for, generated additional income on some of the cash balances that we've held during the year. Just moving on to the capital programme, this report doesn't highlight any variance in terms of under or overspends, but there is a recommendation for the reprogramming of 15.3 million of capital into 24-25. The key projects within this area that's being reprogrammed are externally funded, such as the bus service improvement grant funded scheme and the zero emissions bus regional area scheme as well, and Harlow, Gilston, Garden Town. So they're all externally funded schemes, but there's where the work hasn't quite completed at the speed which was initially forecast at the beginning of the year. The other area worth highlighting to the panel is the schools budget, which is now forecasting an overspend of 7.3 million on their budget, which is in excess of 700 million for the year. The key overspend is within the higher needs block, which is now forecast at 10.3 million pounds for 23-24. This position has slightly worsened since the assumption built into the budget for next year, but initial assessment is that it won't affect the more medium-term impact on the higher needs block than was forecast, including the budget at this point. They were the key highlights that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yeah, Stephen, did you want to add anything to you? No, wish to. Thank you. I think I saw Graham's hand first.
Yeah, thank you. The challenge of children's services 2.8 and adult care services 1.3. This is a national problem rather than sort of isolated Hertfordshire County Council. And the costs going into these areas is ever increasing year on year. I think it's a testament to the staff that they're managing to sort of keep the costs where they are. But there comes a point in time when these costs maybe become prohibitive. And it's understanding how the government can get involved to take ownership more of these two sort of areas and what they actually do. I don't know, Scott, if you see these costs increasing sort of year on year at this time at the moment. I wonder if you sort of give us a few words of wisdom.
I'm not sure about words of wisdom, but I can certainly talk about the pressures that are coming through. And I think this sort of comes through in terms of the IP that is coming to Cabinet and Council next week. When you look at the scale of the increases in the service budgets that we need to fund this year. It's sort of in excess of £90 million increase from the year, which is a higher percentage increase. When you start to look at government funding and increases in council tax, a significant gap is still remaining. So locally, it is a big challenge, and to manage that gap, we have had to estimate use of reserves of 11 million. And also create probably one of the largest savings programs that we've had to put forward for a number of years, which is our way of trying to react to these basic pressures that are driven through demand-led services. A number of those savings programs are all about trying to manage those costs. So there's a big Connect to Prevent program in adult social care, which is looking at demand management and seeing how we can bring that down. And within children's services, the number of schemes where we're looking at trying to increase foster caring or build our own in-house residential services. There's a number of other action plans in place where we're looking at high cost packages and looking about whether or not we can procure them or deliver them in different ways. So there's a number of work streams in there, all hopefully being addressed as part of the budget. But it is a very challenging environment working at the moment.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah,
I'll come back. We did come back.
I realise there's lots of challenges there. I do realise the officer of the
Yeah, you've got the red.
Yeah, I do realise there's lots of challenges there. I do know the officers are working hard in the background. It's just wondering, you know, that this is a relentless cost year on year that we're experiencing, and it's very difficult to manage. Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Scott, for your presentation. And yes, you have rightly drawn out the key highlights. And as Councillor McAndrew has just said, sort of thing, the main sort of negatives are in the adult care services, the children's services area, and that basically accounts for the overspend. And yes, that overspend has increased since the last quarter to 2.3 million. I do sort of notice that in the adult care services, which is a larger budget sort of thing, that they sort of mitigate a lot of their sort of pressures, and they've done quite well at that with such a budget, especially with the demands placed in adult care. But the children's services, again, demand-led, there's no doubts about that, the looked after children situation has actually gone up. Whilst there's similarities between the two sort of departments, obviously, but there are differences. Could some of the good practices in adult care services be replicated in children's services? That's my first question. Then yes, as you've highlighted, the high use of agency staff is still high at the moment. Yes, a lot of that is in children's services, adult care services. But yeah, and that's right, because they're the front end. There's no doubt we have to get our services provided there. But yes, how can we sort of tackle some of the agency costs, as well as doing the reprioritisation recruitment freeze, which of course hasn't gone as well as everyone was expecting 6 months ago. It was hoping to this financial year to save, I think, about £2 million the budget deficit at that time when it came in. So I just wondered a little bit more detail on that there. I know that you did mention it. My third and final point is, again, it wouldn't go amiss if I didn't mention this, the debt management report. It is noted, it is a fuller report today, and yes, it has been noted that the improved position, so there is still work to be done there, but that is noted and that is good news. Thank you.
So I think there's three questions in there. So the first one on adults and children's, I think it's fair to say that the two departments do discuss and look at strategies of demand management and how that can interlink and support one another. I think this year in particular, children's services, we certainly don't stand alone. I think every single county council that we talk to, children's services has not been able to mitigate those pressures, and every single one is reporting very similar sorts of numbers and overspends in that area that we have as a council. So I think this year has been a real standout year, in particular sort of on the area we mentioned earlier on in independent placements. Around 12 months ago, sort of January, February last year, there was a huge spike in the cost of average placement costs, which was witnessed, which I think the service continued to try and mitigate against those pressures with our residential strategy and our fostering and pushing towards those outcomes for children which are better, but also cheaper than purchasing residential care externally. So there is work constantly being occurred in children's services, and adults in particular of demand managed very well, and have started to implement a new strategy, which I think is a good innovation in connection with them, to look at bringing more qualified social workers to the front door to hopefully signpost people when they come into the service to the right care quicker to get the best outcomes. Any learning from that, obviously, we can try and convert that across into children's services. So they do continually talk to one another. But I just think this year, in particular, children's services has been a standout year, which has impacted every council. In terms of agency use, yes, definitely hard to recruit posts in social care is a big driver of our high use of agency. They are continually evolving and looking at how to do retention, and also do much bigger recruitment drives to try and bring people back into the profession. Over the last 2-3 years, we've tried to increase the pay rates of care workers again to try and get more people into the sector, which in general, looking at the statistics, our home care, in particular in adults, I think it's helped the demand management in that area. Actually, recruitment has been quite strong. In children's, I think in the IP there is some savings around starting our own academy, so a lot more growing our own to try and help with that recruitment and retention of qualifying staff. So there's a number of actions in place that we are trying to improve on, but it is a continual challenge in that area at the moment. And the final point is, yes, on the debt, definitely there has been some good progress and focus in that area, where we are trying to push down that size of debt that's being held on the balance sheet, and trying to improve our work in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, very much. Steve, I think.
Thanks. I mean, clearly the cost of looked after children, particularly in independent placements, continues to be an issue. I guess there's two things that arise from this report. Firstly, I mean, controlling that is critically dependent on a residential strategy, but the report also shows the residential strategy only achieved 50% of the savings that we anticipated. And I guess that's a concern, because the residential strategy going forward is part of the IP. So I guess the question is, what are we doing to make sure that going forward, the ITT about residential strategy enhancement delivers? And I guess there's also the question about whether or not we think that what we know now about the current cost of independent residential accommodation is sufficiently factored into the IP, or are we going to be seeing an instant overspend next year because costs at the start of the year were higher than they were when the IP was put together? And another, completely unrelated in one respect, but very similar in another, is I noticed that the income we're receiving from Hearts Living Limited is less than budgeted, essentially because of a market position. My understanding is that other house builders are also low levels of demand. So there's clearly nothing we do about that at the moment. But what have we done about factoring that into future expectations of income from Hearts Living? Because it's clearly not something we can control. We don't manage the housing market, but we need to understand whether or not we've made realistic forecasts about what the income from them is likely to be.
Thanks, Steve. Scott, there might be something for this, Scott, but between you,
I'd like to double H that's one.
Yes, that's too many Scots.
Thank you. So in terms of the residential strategy, as you suggest, there is a second stage to this. So the importance and the lessons learned from the first strategy, obviously, hopefully feed into the second, and we can produce the savings quicker than we have initially. I think it's fair to say that in terms of bringing residential care back online, there's a number of key steps in it, all of which have their own sort of challenges along the way in terms of finding the site, doing the capital works to those sites, then getting Ofsted inspected, and also recruiting the staff into those sites to get them operational, which, as just mentioned, recruitment is very challenging as well. So this all links into the academy of trying to build our own and bring the staff online to help that step. But I think there's also some lessons we've learned on finding the right sites, how to do the capital works and get Ofsted inspection quicker, and try and do more sites and bring them online, probably parallel working to try and get that strategy working and delivering savings. So there are lessons learned, but hopefully we'll pick up the pace and therefore open more for essential going forward to help reduce those costs of purchase care. In terms of the current costs into next year and on the budget, obviously we have to take a point in time to build the budget on, which is normally November sort of time, looking at the numbers, the average cost. And as the report shows, the cost has slightly increased further from where it was at that point. Demand in terms of looked after children is quite static, so that's well managed. I think there is a slight increase in separated migrant children, which also has an impact on that budget. I think right now it is a risk. It's an area that we will monitor very closely over the next 2-3 months. So if there is an issue that's coming into next financial year, that we can start to make decisions on that and put actions in place to try and mitigate them as early as possible if there is a risk. Clearly, we have put some of the extra government money across to increase contingency to help with some of these big risks that we've got, including social care and also around the savings programme, quite complex, big savings target for next year. So hopefully we have got the reserves in place and contingencies to mitigate if required.
Yeah, and with regards to Hearts Living, I would say that the issue where we've seen the variance during the current financial year is really due to the market conditions, as you've outlined. But I'd also say some sort of lessons for us in terms of making sure that we had a much closer integration between the business planning of HLL and their board and our own integrated plan. I would say that a level of disconnect occurred during the course of the year. Which meant that some of the challenging numbers that were coming through to HLL's board was not getting reflected as quickly into our financial position. As soon as that became known to us, we instantly recognised the difficulty, and that put pressure on the resources department, and we needed to make that deficit good as a department from other savings across the department. But I'm much more assured now that with improvements in process, that we will ensure that there is monthly synchronisation between HLL's very latest figures in terms of the market sales numbers, completion numbers, etc., and the assumptions of returns within our budget.
I guess just to confirm, is the IP built upon a set of assumptions? You know, I know actually I was going to quite a small part of the IP, but in terms of that part of it, is it built upon assumptions that we now believe to be reasonable?
Yes, as of today, based on the current assumptions from HLL, is reflected in our current IP.
Ian, I've got Ken first. Ken.
Thank you. On page 158, there's an item in there for a highways bridge maintenance of £7 million. Can you, the first part of the question is, you know, well, is that one specific contract or is it several contracts, or is this the A602 bridge catastrophe?
That's fine, Ken. I think Scott's just scrolling down his things. They've got a lot of lines in the budget.
Steve, page 155.
Thank you. Yes, that is a general maintenance program of bridges, which like a rolling program in our program every year. So there'll be different bridges each year, but that's like a rolling annual program.
And the second part is obviously something that Steve knows about from requests we made in the last resources meeting about the amount of money that's been allocated against the A602 bypass. And it doesn't appear to our thinking, that while we queried it with you, as to what has been reflected in the accounts. We also don't know where that additional catastrophic increase in the cost of the project is going to be funded from. Because obviously if it's been let, I'm not going to fund it. Wondering if we know it goes.
Oh, in reference to Stephen, I'll ask Steve to pick it up.
Yes, indeed, members will recall Councillor Croft raised this at the last panel, and I did email all panel members with the report you considered. I think it was at this meeting last year, which outlined all the issues with the A120 and A602 schemes, the cost pressures faced on those schemes, the fact, as Councillor Crofton has just mentioned, whilst a significant proportion of those schemes were funded by the LEP, there was no opportunity to obtain further funding to cover those cost pressures. That report from last February outlined the proposals for how the council was going to cover the remaining cost of those schemes. The most recent updates I've had from Highways colleagues are that those schemes can be completed within the funding provided through that report on Cabinet last February.
I'm certain that I don't remember seeing that, because I remember I was told by officers that the final accounts hadn't been concluded until a month or so ago, or even perhaps not even yet. So I can't see how that's possible. But there's a shortfall of £10 million odd, and I don't know how it's going to be funded.
There was a very clear funding package that came through this panel a year ago. And whilst we're clearly still finalising the ultimate conclusions and discussions with both contractors, my latest advice from Highways colleagues is that if they expect it to be within that funding package agreed a year ago.
If I might just come in for, if I can, before you respond. Just maybe particularly for the benefit of viewing public, if you're listening. Councillor Crofton's particularly interested in this because I think it touches on your division as there, yes. And it's an important point. Ken is exactly right to raise it, but I don't think we should allow the meeting to get too taken on with the division issues. With your permission, Ken, can I suggest that we take this up again offline outside this meeting, and perhaps Stephen, you can refresh Ken's memory as to some of the things that have transpired in the past.
And then, of course, Ken, if you've still got questions, then you must raise them, and you must raise them with Stephen as you see fit. If that's okay.
Well, I'm happy with that. We have had, we're trying to get this meeting together with Highways, because obviously the final conclusions for the contract have only just recently happened. So a year ago it's not relevant to the current situation.
But that's good of you to agree that approach, Ken. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have I got any more hands? Sorry, I've got Ian. Ian.
Yes, thanks. Just briefly, I mean, I think I'm not sure which Scott this might be, but are we due to get a report around Hearts Living Limited at the future meeting? Is there anything either the other Scott can maybe say in relation to Arts Catering? It's a hugely important service, but just to understand whether there are any particular challenges. Obviously, there's a spend mentioned in there alongside Hearts Living, and really just maybe just to sort of touch upon, I think, the comment that Councillor Jarvis made as to whether you think there are any other emerging things that you see as we move into the early part of Q4 that you might want to make us aware of here, that you begin to see any trends. And then really just finally, Chair, just to say, I think just to thank Scott and all his team. It's hugely challenging times for the finance team, so just really thank Scott for all the work and all everyone's doing on this. It's fantastic we get this level of detail, so thank you.
I'll let this Scott start.
Thank you through you, Chair. That to deal with the issue of Hearts Living, that there is a report that is scheduled for the April meeting of this panel that will give a full sort of annual review in terms of performance over the last year, but also looking forward to the coming year as well. And if I just pick up the current position with Hearts Catering, also during the course of, I'm the council shareholder rep for the company, and based on my attendance at their recent AGM, it became clear that once again they've had a very difficult trading year. with a number of different factors, but issues of obviously strikes, of course, big issues because their supply chain can't adapt that quickly, and therefore there's costs, obviously paying of the cooks, etc. Then you've also got issues relating to the increase in free school meals, so effectively the amount government provides for House Catering to provide those meals for is not increasing with inflation. And then there was a desire by through me as shareholder on behalf of the council to try to sort of contain meal price increases during the course of the year because of the cost of living challenges as well. So as a result of all of that, that's had quite a significant impact on their returns that they could give us. That effectively it's about break even, Scott, if I a small return, if that. But beyond that, my instruction to them is that they've also simultaneously depleted a larger amount of their reserves, very similar to the challenges that we face. And my instruction to them is to now replenish their reserves as a first priority over the next probably couple of years, and then look to sort of build in returns from that point on. So our IP has been updated to reflect much lower returns to ensure the financial stability of Hearts Catering going forwards. But in terms of quarter four projections, I'll hand that back to Scott, definitely his area of expertise.
Yes, in terms of other risks and things moving forward, I think we've picked up on the real big issues in social care in particular. I think probably the only other area to identify would be, again, pay award. Obviously, we've got a big workforce, so however that national negotiations go on, that normally has an impact on the online when we go forward. And then probably the other two bigger sort of demand-driven budgets, which always need to be monitored closely in terms of waste volumes. I think currently there is a slight increase in volumes there, so we'll keep our eye on that and we'll keep monitoring closely what the impacts that could be. Also the mix of what type of waste it is always drives through the costs that come through. And then also just the highways maintenance programme as well, and what that current weather conditions and how that can impact and everything like that. So we'll obviously keep our eye on that as well and monitor through. So they're the biggest demand driven, I just think.
Thank you, Scott. So again, that's on all, I think, and perhaps be right then.
Yeah, it's a question actually about the capital programme and the rescheduling. So it's A3, and it actually it's the last bullet point about highways maintenance. So it's actually on page 129 of the agenda pack, or 11 of the report. It's just from my understanding, because I just can't quite make out what it's saying. So we're talking about the adverse weather having an effect on it, which leads to reprogramming. It's that last sentence, reprogramming of the additional 3 million that's been included in the 24-25 integrated plan to fund these works as requested. So I just don't know what that is. I don't know what we're requesting, and is that new money or money that's been rolled forward from 23-24?
Yes, so as part of the IPM budget, you'll see there's a 3 million additional budget going in as part of the budget papers for next week.
Okay.
This is to do with again sort of adverse weather, extra work that went through during this financial year, which did create £3 million pressure on the highways maintenance programme. But the budget is being reprogrammed from basically being approved in next year and being back into this year. So it's a negative reprogram. So we're spending more money in this year. So part of the budget will be increasing by 3 million as part of the IP to fund pressures that are coming through this year.
Okay, I'm still trying to think. I'm still trying to understand that pressures. How does the adverse weather this year affect next year? I get the idea that obviously maybe we can't all work, so it rolls into the next year. Is it the planned work that gets pushed forward a year because we have to focus on the category A work?
I'm sorry, the operator explained very well. The additional work has happened this financial year to create 3 million extra here. But we are creating an additional budget next year as part of the IP plan, which you'll see in the paperwork in terms of increasing the capital programme. But we're bringing that forward to fund the pressures that we've got now.
All right, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, thank you.
Every now and again, even with the best question, there's a question you wish you hadn't asked. Right, well, thank you again very much for a good debate. And just before we move into the recommendation, which is another show of hands recommendation, again, perhaps slightly for the benefit of members of public viewing, you can see from this conversation that we look at our financial position here at Hertfordshire County Council carefully, as you would expect us to do. And just to set the overall scene, for the coming year, we're proposing revenue budget of £1.1 billion, which we will spend £1.1 billion on the residents of Hertfordshire. So it's a huge budget, and numbers need to be seen in that context. And this conversation has also again demonstrated the diversity of what we do here. The budget we're proposing for adult care will be of the order of what, 50 million, 460, 450, 460. And as I say quite regularly, that means that we spend more than £1 million every day of the year on adults. And our proposed budget for children will be of the order of 240. Scott, 240, 250, that sort of order. Yes, that sort of order. Again, which is a huge amount of money. Again, members of the public are very alive to things like potholes at libraries. Maybe not every member of the public is so alive to children looked after. We look after of the order of 960, I think, 50, 60 children are in our care. And some of those children are, that's the right thing to do, but some of those children are very expensive to maintain, aren't they, Scott? If you have the number, would you like just to share with us what might be the most expensive amount we incur looking after a child in our care?
I don't have the exact price. I know within the report it does label that we had 18 children costing over £10,000 per week. So they're the most expensive children that we look after.
Which is a lot of money, and it means the children have great needs, and we are stepping up to the mark. Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. Okay, so let's move to the recommendation. Item 6, Q3. Recommendation is as follows. Panel is asked to note and comment on the content of this report and its appendices, and in particular, the challenging financial position and the forecast overspend of £15.7 million, which would be £5.7 million after use of the contingency, the financial demands on the school's high needs funding block and increased overspend, the impact of in-year financial pressures on the additional investment required in the integrated plan 2024-25. Panel is also invited to recommend to Cabinet that it approves the capital reprogramming of £15.3 million. All those in favour, please show of hands. That was unanimous, just in case. Any abstentions? Any against? Unanimous. Excellent. Well done. Thank you very much for another good debate. Now, it's about 12:30, so we've got kind of lunch looming at 1. With everybody's consent, I'm proposing that we bring forward item 9. And the reason I'm proposing this is because the local member, Tina Bartos, made comments. She's certainly interested, and she's been online throughout this meeting. It'd be nice if we could do this item so that she's those that we've done it as much, and she can be. So, with everybody, thank you very much, Sir Scott. So with everybody's agreement, let's move on to item 9 of the agenda. This decision on the future use of land at Cashio Lane and Croft Lane, Letchworth City. The presenting officers of the SAS Ledger, Emily White. It says on the paper Rob Smith, but obviously not in the room, so that we want to assess.
Thank you, Chair. So this paper is concerning the request to dispose of 2 sites within the Cashio Croft Lane area in Letchworth Garden City. These sites in question actually were 3 originally that made up the Norton School that closed in 2003. The school building area, which is marked as Area A, was sold in 2007, and that was then developed out to Miller Homes in 2006. So it was developed out during that period. Area B, we have a leasehold with Letchworth Village Heritage Foundation. And Area C, we are the freehold owner, but Letchworth Garden City Heritage Foundation have an interest in that area. So turning first to Norton B, we have a resolution to grant planning consent that was given to us in March 2021. It's also a site that's allocated within the local plan. The planning relates to outline planning for 45 dwellings, including an access road in and out. The capital receipt would need to be split with Letchworth Garden City Heritage Foundation because they are the freeholder. We have a long leasehold over the land, so we've agreed a 50-50 split on this site. And the joint valuation is coming in between 3 and 3.4 million. Area C, we have a resolution to grant planning consent, and that was given in February last year. This does come with some restrictions that need to be addressed before the final sale. This is an outline planning consent for 45 houses, but it does have matters reserved. The main areas of sensitivity around the highways access into that site. The site itself is not scheduled for disposal until next year to give us time to work with highways colleagues to resolve any of those issues around highways access into the site. So we feel we've got sufficient time to just unpick those concerns and come to an agreement going forward. So the paper is really to ask for permission to go ahead to dispose of these two land parcels.
Thank you very much, Sass. I've also got members in the room. But Tina, you've been with us all morning, and I know you have an interest. If you'd like to comment, now it's probably a good time for you to do so.
Good morning, members. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to comment. I want to start by saying I will be making reference to Area C. So that's the last part that Sass mentioned. Essentially, I'm really concerned about disposing the land at Area C. So if I give you a bit of background, and this is during the time that I've been the county councillor and in the bit sort of immediately prior, this was something that went to North Herts Council Planning Committee and was deferred in April 2021 following concerns about access. It came back to committee in May 2021 where it was deferred again. It then came back in July, and the hope was, I think, for members of that committee to understand a bit more from our offices here at county, and that permission was then refused in July 2021. So in October 2022, the county council appealed the rejection, which was dismissed by the inspector, and that's along with the cost of it. So the matter came back in February 2023 when it was eventually granted with the matters reserved. I appreciate they're two different planning applications, but it actually in practice and for the community, it's the same issue, and we're not managing to resolve the highways issue between now and April 2021. So I have very little faith that we're going to find something within the next year. Now, specifically the access issue, this is interesting because myself and district council colleagues actually measured this. The access that is required is 5 metres. At present, what we've got on Croft Lane is 3.8 metres. There's also concern around the lack of footpaths, the expectation being that these exist to a width of 2 metres. As well as this, Croft Lane is a historic lane in Letchworth Garden City. people walk up and down it regularly. So the kind of increase in traffic, as well as the existing speeding problems on the adjacent Norton Road, are a concern for me. I'm concerned about the cost to the community who really do want to use this land for something else, to the point where actually being able to register this land has come up. So there's that as well. There's also the cost to this council when we, just try to ram through the same thing again and again without actually resolving the core issue at hand. And I think the paper in itself is a bit disappointing, if I'm honest, especially because there has been discussions about alternative land use, and I don't feel like that is something that is reflected. So there's a lot of issues here. Like I said, they are pre-existing issues. This is now the third year it has come up, and I absolutely don't support the disposal of Area C when we've got so many issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina. Thank you for making your points. I'll let Sandra or Emily respond.
Thank you. So yeah, we appreciate that Norton Sea is a sensitive site. It has been allocated within North Herts local plan, which was adopted. So it is seen as a site that could be appropriate for housing development going forward. There are access issues, as you're fully aware of. And what we're asking for today is permission to declare it surplus and to agree disposal. That disposal timescale is dependent upon us resolving the reserve matters issues that exist around the highways. So when we bring a site forward for disposal, we do it with sort of clean outline planning, because then we're able to gain the best return on investment and satisfy best consideration for the site. So we wouldn't seek to bring this site forward for disposal until we have resolved those highways matters. And we feel that by scheduling it for 2025 gives us an opportunity to unpick the issues related to the site in particular and be able to progress through to a sale of the site. We're working closely with highways colleagues. We do feel that we have a direction of travel, and we do feel that June 2025 is quite a good target date to work towards. With regard to other uses, I mean, as I said, this has been allocated in the local plan. We do have fiduciary responsibility to make the most of our assets going forward. This site could provide us with a capital receipt in excess of £4 million. So that's something that we need to take into consideration when we do bring these sites forward for disposal, that, it is a much needed capital receipt.
I suppose what I don't understand is why we're talking about this now before the issues have been resolved. I mean, clearly there's a planning permission subject to some things being dealt with, and we're told that we think that they can be resolved, but at the moment they're not. So I really don't understand why this is coming to the panel once those issues are resolved, when there can be certainty about what's going to happen. What's the advantage in us talking about it today when they're not resolved? Is my question.
I might just take a few more questions before you can access something what Ian needs to.
Perhaps just to extend on that point, if I understand it rightly, sort of Sats, there is an outline planning commission which obviously did not discuss the reserve matters because it was an outline planning permission. I don't know how, I'd be interested to get your take, how we resolve those reserve matters and it can't just be you talking to Herts Highways, because that's quite incestuous and so on. It has to come to a formal application to North Herts Council to actually resolve the reserve matters with a formal planning application. So I just want to understand that point. The second thing, I mean, when I was obviously following our briefing there in the week, I did sort of look into this a bit more. I saw on one website there was a talk of a covenant, which isn't mentioned in the paper, and educational, that the site, the particular land needs to be used for educational purposes. I'd be interested to that's not mentioned in anywhere in the paper, but maybe I got that wrong. But I understand there is a covenant on this piece of land. I'd be interested to understand that. But then really the other question is, clearly on looking again around the various representations that there have been and were to North Arts Council and looking at the planning application before this meeting, I understood that a number of alternative uses were proposed, and not just actually just being a green space. But I'd be interested to understand a bit more about what we've done and whether, because this does seem to me a long-running issue, where alternative uses perhaps haven't been fully explored and uncovered in the paper. So perhaps I'd just begin to get your take on those three things. Thank you, Chair.
Take Marianne's as well.
I don't want to confuse the matter too much, but I am ever so slightly confused. I need some clarity, please. So North Arts local plan, so they approved this for residential build, right? So I just want to understand that and clarify that. So it's not us, HEC here, approved that. That was the North Arts local. Okay, that's the first thing I want to clarify, because that's how I was reading this. And then I think we've got representative from North Arts as well, double header somewhere here in the room, have we not? That are asking that question specifically about who's authorised that. That's the first point, so that's fine. Second point, I understand we need to build more homes, I get that, but I wasn't quite sure what the plan was potentially to support an increase in population. Because is there going to be, is that part of this, or is that part of somebody else's plan? To understand that, how we support that, i.e. through healthcare services, all those kind of things, because it's not complete as a report in my mind, because obviously there's circa 90 odd buildings that will be built, which could bring another, I don't know, 300, 400 people into the area. Again, is that something we need to discuss here or not? Question. I think that's it really from me. I just want a bit more clarity really. Thank you very much.
Okay, various points.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendations in the report is to declare these surplus to requirements. So they've been through a redeployment process within the council, and no services have felt that they needed to utilise them for certain provisions. So therefore they come to us to take them through the disposal process. Owing to the values, then they need to come via the cabinet process to be declared surplus and for agreement to dispose. The terms are delegated. So with regard to how we bring a site forward, we go for outline planning first, because then we can demonstrate that we are meeting our best consideration in terms of the value we're going to get for that site. In terms of going through reserve matters and such like, that is something that we would undertake before sale, but we need to be able to have it declared surplus to unpick those final elements. We've met with Highways colleagues and they're content with the plans that have been put in place around the access. So we're just finalising that element. That's why we've put a disposal timescale of June next year, because we feel confident that we will have unpicked those final elements. And then obviously it's part of the planning process that is agreed. So the reason for bringing this forward is because we need to have that process to declare them surplus. We need to have outline planning in place to demonstrate we've met best value, and then we do bring them forward. I appreciate around, the other provision that needs to be provided alongside housing, and that's why there will be Section 106 negotiations as part of this.
Sorry, just come back from that 2 seconds. So if that's the case, then to help me, I guess not anybody else in the room, just to help me, because I think when I read the recommendations, it'll be worth noting that it's not actually explicit in the recommendations. It's very much down to, particularly when it notes go from part A to go to part B, or when you read part B. Yes, Scott, that's down to you ultimately. It's kind of how they're saying they're delegated to you, but it doesn't actually say the timeline in there. I think it's important maybe explicitly put a note in there that says actually this is not from now. So I think that's possibly what Steve Jarvis or other councillors here were alluding to. I don't know, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but maybe that's what needs to be put in here to make it more explicit.
We just told that.
Yeah.
we get questions that we know the answers. So
Yeah, I just wonder whether sort of Stats can come back in relation to the covenant and on what we've done around alternative uses, which are two of the questions asked.
So I'll defer to Emily in terms of the specifics around the covenant for this site, but in terms of alternative uses, we do undertake as part of the Strategic Asset Board a consideration of alternative uses. And on that board, we also have sustainability colleagues that may look at any opportunities for biodiversity enhancement, for example. But with regard to this site, it's been allocated within the local plan for housing development. It can generate a substantial capital receipt. So from our perspective, this is the recommendation we would like to put forward to members.
Yes, you're right. There is a restricted covenant that is mentioned in the report at section 5.2. The site hasn't been used for education for a number of years, and we do not foresee any issue in having that released due to the fact that there is education provision elsewhere. It's something that obviously we are in discussion with Letchworth Garden City Heritage Foundation with as well, and would see their agreement too, but we don't perceive any issue with that.
just going to offer any opportunity to assimilate the response on covenants that you've clearly made a point. Yeah, are you content with the response you've had on the covenant? Yeah, because you clearly made the, it is you that's made the point in this meeting.
I think the issue is it's easy to say we don't see a problem, but I guess we don't know what we don't know, and the fact that there is a covenant on there. It actually, I think, is quite a telling point that we're just going to wave it away. And I actually think covenants are really rather important, and I do think that's something that we should take account of.
Well, if I might interject before you come back in, and I'm sure you will, my own personal view on that would be a little bit different to yours. No doubt when the covenant came into being, there was a reason for it, but if it becomes apparent over time that the covenant is no longer, it does not seem to me personally there is then no reason why you maintain it in perpetuity when the purpose and usefulness of it, has clearly gone away. Marius, I've got a question. I'll let you come back.
I don't want to dwell on this covenant thing, but I guess we need to touch on it because I think the councillor Albert has got something that he wants to express there. But I guess clarify this for me, please, from a legal stance. If the local plan has been approved, I'm assuming the cabinet or whoever makes those decisions at the local level, so that's the local division there, and the officers there would have checked to make sure that they've done everything required legally to then pass this as a plot of land that can be built on for that particular purpose that you've written in the proposal.
Yes, that's correct. And I think what you have to bear in mind is that there are a lot of restricted covenants across the whole of the country that were put in place centuries, decades ago, because they were needed at the time to protect certain uses. What the local plan process now does is obviously look at what is needed and where. So, for example, education planning will have determined where schools need to be in Letchworth to support the education requirements now coming forward. This site has been determined as no longer requiring that education need. And North Herts, as part of their local plan process, have determined it is appropriate for it to come forward for housing.
So just to clarify my point and to understand, I've now understood it, I believe. So it is ultimately down to North Herts. North Herts have approved this for building. All we're doing is basically wanting to sell the land for that purpose, based on the purpose of the local authority to put it forward for. Thank you. Makes it clear. Thank you.
Yeah, I think again, sorry, Ken, come in.
I think it's sad we're losing this piece of land, but it looks fairly inevitable, subject to the access is being cleared. I've had all sorts of sites in the past that have been rejected on the basis you can't get a fire engine through there, you can't. So that will be one of the issues that are being consulted on. But I'm wondering why we're just going down the disposal route when we could transfer this to Herts Living. I don't know why Herts Living haven't been put in the frame on this, and then we could let them go set it out, set the hounds on the planners to get permission.
So we're in negotiation with Hearts Living Limited on the purchase of area B. So they are in very much in the frame for the purchase of that development site.
Last C.
C, but we want to resolve the issues and then yes.
It could be a half limit.
Yes.
Thank you, Ken, for your point. Thank you. Another good debate. If I might just say, my own personal take on it, so maybe coming up to Steve's point, is that for me, your recommendation makes perfect sense. We've got a site here that's been looked at by North Herts. They have in their local plan identified as appropriate for residential. That's their decision, not ours. We don't otherwise have a use for the site, so the recommendation to agree that it's surplus and can be disposed of, to me, makes eminent sense. And from there on in, the detail of what might emerge ultimately through the planning application is part of the planning process. I work with the statutory consultee on that planning process. They will make their contributions. The contributions will be made to us, they will be made to the. So if I might move to a vote, so it's another on show of hands. And the recommendation is Cabinet panel is asked to recommend that Cabinet agrees to A, note the land at Cashio Lane, area B, is surplus and declare the land south of Croft Lane, area C, surplus to requirements, and agree to the disposal of the sites subject to the restrictions at paragraph B. Paragraph B is delegate to the Deputy Chief Executive and Executive Director uses the authority to agree any terms necessary for the disposal of the sites in consultation with the Director of Finance and Executive Member for Resources and Performance.
To put order. I'm prepared. The vote you're asking us to take is actually to approve both of them en bloc. Both pieces of land en bloc. That's true. I would argue that actually that this should be split, that we've got two separate positions here, that you might take a view that B is fine, but C isn't. And I think that would be inappropriate. They are two separate pieces of land, therefore there should be two separate decisions.
Yeah. This recommendation is probably there's no reason why we can't split it and vote twice, is it?
There's no reason why you can't. It's, we need to vote on that.
So do we need to vote on whether we're going to split it? I think it's answer as well. I mean, that's what I would do.
Sorry, make a point. So I don't quite understand personally why you want to do that, Councillor Albert, because all we're stating, or what's being stated, and all we're approving here, I guess, is that we are approving both A and C as surplus. We're not actually saying what's going to happen next. That's part of that whole process that Bob just spoke about. So by splitting it, we're just going to say the same thing twice. I don't quite understand why we have to vote twice.
Well, let me explain it to you then. That if you took the view that actually that you were quite happy to declare land B surplus, but you actually took the view we don't think we should declare land C surplus, voting for the two things en bloc would be odd. Right, because the two things aren't linked.
Let's try not to debate about what okay. I just need some advice on procedure. So we understand what Ian's asking for, and there is a logic in it. I do see the logic in your point. But my question to you now is that if we are to split this, do I need to take a vote, agree to split it, and then we vote on the two splits?
Yes.
Right. So there's a bit of a lot here, isn't there? But never mind. So I think, come on, guys, order. So I think even if you want to hold to this, I think it must fall to you to propose that we should split these. It must fall to you to propose that we split the recommendations. So two recommendations.
So, Chair, formally speaking, then I propose in 3.1A that we split those two recommendations.
Okay, now this is the crucial point. Do you have a seconder? No, you don't have a seconder, Ian, so we don't need those two with that force. Understand where you took the point here, but you didn't get the support for it. So we're now going to come back to the recommendation. I think I did read all the recommendations. It's master stroke. I'll be happy that I don't not read it again. Thank you very much. So all the recommendation on the paper as read out by me, show of hands, all those in favour, show of hands. We have an abstention. Okay, so we have a vote against, yes. Very good, excellent, well done, good discussion. And now, just to say, I think we probably should break for lunch. It's just after 1, is it not? But, just to say, how many items have we got left on the budget? Well, we have 1, 2, 3. Break, anyway, so we must break. So we'll break the lunch. Whereas we're standing up, I want to get the sandwich. Is the time. Are we okay to come back to our plus one? Yes, that's the time. Yeah, okay, so we'll come back to our plus one. Yeah. Good. Super.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. This is the resumption of the resource and performance. This is the resumption of the resource and performance cabinet panel meeting. We are going to continue with the, I think we have 3 items of the agenda remaining. And the first one, in taking them in order for numerical form, is item 7, which is decision on the future use of former park, ESC Learning Centre and car park Potters Bar. And officers presenting are Sass Pledger or Emily White. It says here Rob Smith, but again, he's not in the room, so it won't be him. So over to you, officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So we're asking for a decision on the former use of the former Park ESC Learning Centre and car park plot at Potters Bar. The site is located on Potters Bar High Street. It's a former primary school that was used as an education support centre more recently, although that's now ended. The reason for that is that there were constraints with the site and the location, so it was decided to consolidate that within the former Sunnybank school site. The site itself comprises of a parking area, buildings to the rear of a listed Victorian school building at the front. In line with our strategic asset management plan recommendations to divest the sales of heritage assets in the portfolio, we've been looking at alternative uses for this site. The site had gone via the redeployment programme and the strategic asset board, and no service expressed an interest in it. Therefore, we would like permission to take this forward for a disposal. The original Grade 2 listed building would remain on the frontage, and it will be changed from an F1 education use to a B1 office use, and the rear buildings will be demolished. In their place, we would seek to put in a mixed-use scheme with 3 townhouses, 6 flats, and then you would have the commercial space to the front. We've been advised of a market value of about 1.3 million. There is an access route through the development, and that is to a rear parcel of land that Sanctuary House have possession of a long lease, and they have built retirement housing. So any sort of future development needs to be mindful of the residents of the rear and needs to be sympathetic to that, hence the mixed-use scheme that we're considering. Planning is already in for this scheme and it's waiting a determination.
Thank you very much, Sass. Now, coincidentally, we have a local member in the room, it's John Graham. It might be helpful to have John's views on this as a local member. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you very much, Steve. In terms of of this proposal going forward, I'm not aware of any local objections. The critical feature is to retain the Grade 2 listed building that's on the high street. That's the biggest public impact, as we can see by the mapping. The development would be behind the set of flats, so it would have little impact upon Potters Bar in general. So my understanding is that the listed building will be refurbished and made in commercial units.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. So that will benefit Potters Bar because it's right in the centre. So I think overall, from my perspective, this is a good scheme. I'm happy to support it. I would quickly add that planning might be a different matter, and I'm sure there's opportunity I'm sure there are going to be some people who will object to the planning, but in principle, I'm happy for the council to go through the disposal.
Thank you, John. That's very, very helpful. No, that's fine. There's no one else expressing a wish to speak, which I take actually to be a positive written paper, and we'll take a note of your comments, John, as a local member. So we need to move to a vote by a show of hands. I'll read the recommendation, which is as follows. Cabinet panel is asked to recommend that Cabinet agrees to A, declare the site surplus and disposed of subject to the restrictions of D below. B, delegate to the Deputy Chief Executive and Executive Director of Resources the authority to agree the terms of disposal of the site and thereafter dispose of the site in consultation with the Director of Finance and Executive Member for Resource and Performance. All those in favour, please show a hand. That's unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody.
So we now move on to item 8, which is, sorry.
We now move on to item 8, which is approval of the Hertfordshire County Council and Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue Service Longfield site 3-phase redevelopment. Just to note that this report was presented to the public and I understand was unanimously approved. And if I could just also remind members before we start to discuss this, that I think there is a part 2 element to this paper. If you do have questions, and that includes the presenting officer, if you do have questions that relate to part 2, please hold them for part 2. But equally, when we get to that stage, if the feeling in the room might be that we don't need to go into part 2, then we will address that at the time as well. So with all that, we've got Sass and Mark in the room. I'm not sure who's going to lead, but away you go. Mark, it was over to you. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Chair. So with the Longfield project, our intention is to create a state-of-the-art training centre, which is going to be fit for now and for the future. In April 2023, the project team revisited our previous plans and specifications, and we looked at our legislative requirements and the most efficient, effective way that we could deliver those. In doing this, we focused on what was absolutely essential to deliver in terms of our firefighter training. And I'm pleased to say that with the help of my colleagues from HCC Property, we've successfully reduced the original budget on this, which was upwards of 35 million, down to a 16.9 million that the paper is now asking for. The project itself is going to be delivered in 3 phases, with the essential training facilities being constructed first, followed by the training support buildings, and then finally a refurbishment of the existing buildings so that we can accommodate all of the support teams to deliver the training. With the development of the site, we'll also be able to integrate a number of other functions, including our workshops buildings and our trading standards evidence store. And this in turn is going to remove the revenue costs associated with the lease of those properties. During our review and the requirements, we identified the most significant risks our firefighters will face operationally, these being fires and roadway incidents. Hertfordshire has some of the busiest stretches of arterial road network in the country, and incidents on high-speed roads are some of the most hazardous our crews will ever face. Fortunately, through the good work of our prevention teams, the incidences of fires in the community are on the decline. However, the dangers our crews face at these has probably increased, and therefore the reduction in the ability to learn on the job makes it even more important for us to have the appropriate training facilities. Currently, our fire training facilities on site are at end of life and do need to be replaced. Previously, we had a prohibition notice served on the site regarding emissions produced by live fire burning. This prevented us from doing essential training. And the first time our trainees ever experienced a real fire was their first operational job. So unless we invest in the technology to train in an environmentally safe way, we're likely to see this occur again. At present, despite one firefighter fatality already during a motorway incident, our personnel still have nowhere to practice the fundamental requirements of safety on a high-speed road network. If we don't train appropriately to these risks, I do fear we may see further firefighter injuries or fatalities. Future-proofing of the site also involves ensuring that all our training facilities include appropriate decontamination areas, and that will address the emerging concerns around fire contaminants and occupational-related cancers. Once complete, the site itself will offer huge opportunities for joint working, not only with other blue light partners, but also with other HCC departments, for example, highways. There'll also be opportunities for commercialisation, and neighbouring fire and rescue services have already expressed interest in the potential for us to deliver on their training requirements. If we're successful at Cabinet, the project will go out for tender, and then Planning Commission with an anticipated construction date of early 2025, although we will endeavour to bring that forward as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. Just seeing if anyone in the room has questions. Tim, and then Marius.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing this report to us, Mark. Just wondered, my first question, I've got two questions in the end, is commercial opportunities. I think it's mentioned in there about blue light colleagues coming involved. I can imagine fire and rescue services elsewhere, and the police and police from elsewhere, and maybe others as well, but the blue light colleagues. Just wondering if you could actually expand on this, how we can actually maximise the commercial opportunities of this site once it's been redeveloped, and therefore, bring in some revenue budget on that one. My second question, of course, is relating to the risks with the forecasted costs, really. As we all know, material, stock issues, labour costs has all gone greatly increased over the last couple of years and might well do for the next couple of years. So have we got the risk factor covered so we can proceed and actually complete this project? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll probably take the first question if I can, and then hand over to Sas for the second question. So around the commercial opportunities, it's important to say first and foremost, this is a training centre for Hertfordshire firefighters for their safety. So we need to reinforce that. And again, it's a little bit until we've built it, we don't know what opportunities exactly will exist. It's hard to put a price on it. However, the conversations we've had with colleagues within the blue light services is around the operational training capability. The site will present the first high-rise training facility because we will have a building of 5 floors, which will allow us to hit all of the recently emerging national operational guidance around high-rise procedures, both for us, neighbours, and even for London. They've expressed an interest in training there. We currently are training British Transport Police, so we have them on site. And because we are an LGV licensed test centre, which will be incorporated within the motorway build, we're looking at expanding that opportunity. And along with the National Fire Chiefs Council and the regional approach to driver training, we're able to comply with fire standards on that, where a number of other services can't. So those are our initial opportunities, with the development of the classroom facilities as well, which we currently don't really have because it's basically an old primary school. We will have a modern state-of-the-art training building to allow us to venture into leadership and incident command training. And that's a really sought-after area within our sector. Hopefully that answers most of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of the management of the construction costs, what we've done is we've split the programme, as Mark's alluded to, into 3 phases. And within each phase, we've done a separate costing exercise to include a contingency. So there is an additional contingency to try and manage the risk of construction fluctuation costs within each of the phases, but also applied to the whole programme is a overarching contingency of 10%. And we are minded in terms of construction costs. We do follow the markets, and these are based on Q4 assessments from last year. So they're very up-to-date assessments in terms of construction costs.
Thanks, Sas. Thanks, Mark. Okay, so thank you for the question, Tim. Mark, I'm sure for the best of reasons, you can see there aren't so many questions. That's I'm sorry, I'm forgetting Marius. He's going to come with a killer.
I'm not. I'm going to be very kind. I'm always kind. I've got this trait. I guess my first question, I don't know who this will go to actually. It's a point of clarification. So I'm trying to find the clause now. Whilst you were speaking, I was reading something else and then moved on. Oh, there was clause 2.3. So it was right at the beginning of the proposal. So it's the second page for those that are working off the front page to the second page. Phase 1 of the operation, it kind of lists a few things here. Just out of curiosity, what is BA training? Sounds like British Airways to me, but I don't think that's what it means.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, that's not a commercial opportunity we managed to latch into, but that could be a good money stream. BA training is our acronym for breathing apparatus. So that is our fire training. So that's how we get our crews into the building to be able to breathe safely within that environment.
There was a second question, but I'm not sure if it was answered because I think there was a question over here about the commercial opportunity. And then when I looked at all the list of stakeholders, I didn't see highways or any other kind of, other parties as stakeholders, because that could also be highways, I don't know what they call them now, but not highways maintenance, but highways, traffic officers, etc., that would sometimes get involved with working with yourselves, etc. So I wasn't sure if you looked at it much wider than that as well and taken into account kind of other agencies.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. We are, as part of the JESIP, the Joint Emergency Service interoperability principles, we are constantly engaging with all of the Category 1 and Category 2 responders. So within that, we see the opportunities to expand that, not only through that sector, but also through some of the other organisations that support as Cat 2 responders.
Okay. That was it. Thank you. Thanks, Sue. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the questions. I think the mood of the meeting, which is why there are not so many questions, Mark, is that we fully understand why we need this facility. And I think together with all of the Hertfordshire County Council, this panel is very supportive of the fire service. We know you do very good work, for which we are grateful. And we absolutely understand that there is a slight irony in the modern world, which is that because there are fewer fires, the opportunity to deal with the fire and therefore, if you like, train on the job is reduced. And training on your job isn't such a way to do training, is it? Unless I'm very surprised in the vote, there's a lot of support for this. I think it's also right to acknowledge, as you've done in your presentation, that going back, a couple of years, 3 years, 4 years, a previous proposal was much more expensive, 34, 35 million pounds. So we know an awful lot of work has been done to deliver this necessary project at the lowest price possible. It's still a lot of money, but I think, as I say, unless I'm surprised on the vote, I think we can all see that this is important and is the right thing to do. So I hope that turns out to be a fair comment, we'll see. Now, just to pause, I'm not sensing that anyone wants to go into part 2. No, in that case, we won't go to part 2, in which case we'll proceed straight to the recommendation. So this is another show of hands recommendation. The panel is invited to note and comment on the report and recommend to Cabinet that it approves a budget of £16.973 million for the development of the Longfield site. All those in favour, please. That's unanimous again. Thank you very much, Mark, and through you, Sess, thanks to the property team. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thanks.
I think that brings us on to the final agenda item, which is item 10. This is adoption of Hertfordshire County Council Sustainable Construction Design Guide. And Sass is going to present this for us. Again, it's right to say that there is a part 2 element to this, so if anyone has any questions that would touch on part 2, keep them in reserve until we go into part 2, but we'll see if we feel the need to do that.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this report is to provide information on proposed specification requirements for the construction of new builds for Hertfordshire County Council, such as care homes, libraries and schools. It's also to include detailed cost estimates, so we're fully aware of the cost implications of adopting a policy such as this, and to provide the cost uplift benefits associated with reduction in carbon emissions and also reduction in utilities as a consequence of building net zero carbon in operation. So as you're aware, the Council declared a climate emergency, and our commitments are to be net zero carbon operation by 2030, and then to meet the wider objectives to be net zero greenhouse gas zero by 2050. The majority of emissions come from our assets, so our buildings, about 70 to 80%. So it's really important that we provide a good standard of build going forward that reduces the amount of CO2. This document really does look at our future buildings, our operational buildings. It does not talk about future housing growth and the sustainability criteria that is impacted on those. That's been brought forward by a separate document, the Design and Quality Charter. So I just want to make that clear. In terms of the document itself, It outlines that our ambition to be net zero carbon in operation in terms of our design specifications going forward. It's a technical document, so it's designed to be used by our consultants and our construction colleagues around the actual design of the building. It's supported by the cost implications assessment that I mentioned, and we've already undertaken considerable stakeholder engagement around the design guide, and we've had substantial interest actually from districts and boroughs and also the NHS in looking to adopt something similar. In terms of the structure of the guide, it has the critical criteria for buildings. There's a summary checklist for project managers because it is a practical document. It talks about wider sustainability considerations, but we've also included some case study examples of where we've successfully done this with some of our buildings to date and where others have done it as well. In terms of the cost implications, we have talked about the additional costs that would be incurred should you look to provide these additional sustainability benefits, and the document also goes on to talk about the benefits from a reduction in CO2 in terms of the payments we would need to make in the future, and also in terms of the energy savings, because these buildings are far more fuel efficient than conventional buildings. So what we're asking for today is for us to be able to invite to adopt the proposals as set out within this Sustainable Construction Design Guide.
Thank you very much, Ness. Can I just, I know there may be some questions, but can I just feedback straightforwardly on one thing? I just wanted to make sure I called you correctly. I think I heard you saying that this guide will not bear on the standards that would be applicable to a residential development somewhere. Have I got that right? And if I have, could you just elaborate on why that would be? Because it's quite an important point, isn't it?
So this Sustainable Design Guide is about our own buildings that we develop and build. So it's about our operational estate only. There is other legislation that comes into force that relates to residential property developments such as BREEAM and things like that. So that's part of a wider piece of work that's been taken forward by colleagues in the growth and infrastructure team. So this is very much related to, I suppose, properties area, which is around the design and capital build of our future operational estate.
Thank you. Tim and Steve.
Thank you very much. It's probably slightly following on to your question just there, sort of thing. How do we get sort of other sort of groups, organisations, other parts of Herts County Council buying into this? And what I'm thinking of at the moment is basically Herts Living. How can we get them to do it?
So as a residential developer, they would form part of the work that's being undertaken by the growth and infrastructure team in terms of future housing development. They do have a sustainability guide already in terms of their ambition moving forward for sustainable builds. But as I said, this is very much a document that relates to our operational buildings, and the conversation with Herts Living is being developed in sort of parallel to this as part of the adoption of the design and quality charter work that growth and infrastructure colleagues are working on.
Yeah, 2 points. I've no desire to debate the part 2 item, but I do notice the predicted CO2 savings are in part 2, and I can't quite see why they should be in part 2. I mean, you can argue that you can work out the CO2 savings, what the cost savings are, and what the cost savings are, what capital costs we might be prepared to pay. I think that's a bit tenuous. I think the CO2 savings we're hoping to achieve ought actually to be in the public domain, because I think that's something we ought to be proud to be talking about.
Steve, can I just respond?
Yeah.
Just to say that I think immediately I'm seeing what you're saying there. So yes, anybody in this room is going to say no now. If you want to raise questions about CO2.
I don't. I just think the numbers should be. No, I'm quite happy with the numbers. I just think that they shouldn't be in the private part of the report, because I think we should be clear about what we're trying to achieve in terms. The other question I had was, so this relates to new buildings. There will be a relatively small number of new buildings out of the county council whole estate. There were many buildings that were refurbished. there'll be many that aren't, where this clearly doesn't apply. But I guess my question is, to what extent do we intend to apply these measures when we are refurbishing buildings?
In terms of our existing operational state, we've undertaken significant surveys on not only condition but also energy performance, and what that allowed us to do was to have a catalogue of all of our properties in terms of how they perform now and what works need to be undertaken to improve the thermal performance, new boilers, for example, to make them more sustainable going forward. And then that allowed us to then bid for government funding as part of the PSDS Salix funding. So we were successful in securing 28 million to undertake retrofit works across the estate to improve the environmental performance. There is obviously a lot more that needs to be done beyond the budget that we were allocated by government. And so we have an ongoing schedule of improvement work. So when we go into a schools building, for example, we will probably undertake some works around making sustainability improvements at that school at that time of refurbishment. I mean, clearly there are limitations around the building fabric and the construction that you can't always do as much as you would like to do. But when we do have budgets available, we do seek to undertake those works to make the sustainability improvements.
I can just come back. I mean, I suppose I was thinking of enhancements to the thought that we just discussed for Longfield. There will clearly be a specification for the renovated buildings and maybe some new ones. Are we going to apply the same sort of specification? I understand exactly there'll be some aspects that can't be applied, but are our targets going to be similar where we're doing those kind of major refurbishment works? Because I suspect in Longfield, many of the buildings are essentially being almost reconstructed. Will the standards be the same as if they were completely new?
For those applicable buildings, we're looking to make significant improvements on the sustainability. So Longfield is one of those where we're looking to get as close to net zero carbon as possible. As I've said, for some of the other refurbishments that we undertake, it's just not possible because the building doesn't align itself well to all of the sustainability measures we want to put in place. But for example, the offices in Stevenage, we've undertaken significant improvements to the VAV, so the air conditioning system, mechanical and electrical systems, and solar PV to try and bring the performance up to a better sustainability standard. So where we can, we do.
I've got a question here, Chair, about the reference to whole life cycle costs. And I don't want to talk about any percentage or number. It's just the philosophy of how that is calculated. Am I able to do that in this? So obviously you've referenced whole life cycle costs, and clearly there will be a energy cost saving in a more energy efficient. So I can understand that. I just wanted to, is there anything in the public domain about whether building with the new materials that you need to do to achieve those actually leads to a shorter or longer life scale time of it? In other words, are repair and maintenance costs thought to be higher, lower, or pretty much the same with the sorts of designs that we're talking about?
It's a good question. Because we don't have a great deal of operational assets that have been built to net zero carbon operation, it's quite difficult to say. But in terms of the materials that are used, they are developed so that we can accommodate things like climate change. So, you know, where you have material stresses from climate impacts. We also look at the way in which buildings are heated and cooled. So there's less mechanical elements required for those so that they become simpler to run, as it were. So I think, you know, I would have to defer to particular guidance released by Letty, possibly on maybe some benchmarking studies they've done around
the longevity of the materials used for net zero carbon in operation construction. But I would say that, you know, it's deemed to be a good investment, and many of the materials that are being used are looking to future-proof themselves. So I mean, I think I would have to, unless Matt, you're able to answer that question, I would have to take that away and speak to Letty and come back with some specific case study examples. But as I said, it's not been adopted widely and for long enough to know the impact.
No, Matthew, you okay?
Yeah, I mean, we have factored in kind of maintenance and operation as part of the life cycle costing assessments that we've done. That is based on, you know, the assessments that our operations have made. But no, as Sass says, I think that's something I need to take away and look at. Yeah, that's good. Very much.
Okay, so I'm reading the room again. I think we've had our questions, and again, Sass and Matthew, insofar as there have not been that many questions, I think you should take that as a positive. I think if I'm, again, risking the outcome of the vote, I think we all welcome this report. I think it's a very good initiative. As you say, Sass, this county has declared a climate emergency, and we have our own sustainability targets and programs in the county council, don't we? So this fits with that very well, and so we are definitely in principle supportive. I think it's just right of me to say that Brian McAndrew, who's had to leave this afternoon for a medical appointment, this is an area in which I happen to know he is very personally interested. I think we would welcome the report, but is keen that we move as far forward as we can with these sorts of objectives. And in that context, I think if he were here, he might make the point that because standards evolve, technology evolves so quickly, that this, to use an expression used previously, this does need to be a living document. It does need to be reviewed at pretty regular intervals, possibly annually. And I suspect you probably completely agree with that, don't you? But I just think, in fairness to Graham, I think that's what he would say if he was still here.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Within the document, it does state that we would look to make annual improvements to or upgrades to the document, because technology and materials move on, and we want to be able to take advantage of those elements as, you know, as they become available on the market.
Yeah, great, thank you. All right, so with that then, we'll move to the vote. Show of hands, please. The recommendation is the panel is invited to recommend to Cabinet that it agrees to the adoption of the proposals set out within the Sustainable Construction Design Guide. All those in favour, please show of hands. That's unanimous, everybody. Well done. Thank you very much. Item 11, any other part 1 business? Assuming there isn't any, and there isn't, good. In which case that brings this meeting to a close at 18 minutes past 2, and the next meeting of this panel is on the 16th of April at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much indeed.